Hello, and welcome back for another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. As those of you watching this may have noticed, and for those listening on the podcast later down the line, sad to announce, but a member of the Asatru Folk Assembly passed away recently. A member named Daniel Franklin in Minnesota. Passed away far too young at 39 years old. And so we honor and mark his passing on this show today. With that, today we are going to talk about the Norse conception of the soul complex. And it transcends the Norse. I think this is the Aryan soul complex in general with Old Norse terms. This is a complex subject. It's something that I know many of us have, studied or read about or are aware of, but just figuring out what goes where and what pieces do what is always a little bit tricky. So if I expect a lot of questions tonight, and if things get turned around or there's some overlap in some stuff, please bear with us. So it's a new month. I might as well start with some news of the day. Things are going really good. It's kind of a progress report deal. We've paid off. We had 2 loans initially for Njordshof, and we purchased that in August. We're already almost halfway through paying that thing all the way off, which is fantastic. It's thanks to you guys and your generosity. We really, really appreciate that. That said, we still owe about $110,000 on it. That breaks down to almost $100 a member. If every AFA member gave $100, we'd have that thing paid off tomorrow and could start looking for Freyhof. But that's the progress. I know folks ask on it. Freyhof, we're looking at either very far west Pennsylvania or more likely in the state of Ohio. And that's going to be our next venture once Njordshof's all the way paid off. Sigerheim is doing awesome. We just got a structure placed out there that our pioneer member who's out there right now is going to live in temporarily while something a little bit bigger gets built. But we have a structure there now. We've paved in we've graveled in a roadway to the structure and set a gravel pad on it. It now has a mailing address for mail to get delivered. Services are being set up there. So we're moving right along with Sigerheim, which, is a project near and dear to my heart that I'm going to, it's very much my plan that I'm going to move out there in relatively soon amount of time, working on getting that figured out. So that's going really well. If you're joining us tonight, or you have people that want to join us, we're being simulcast on Twitter, on VK, on Odyssey, on YouTube, certainly, and here on Entropy. Also, if you guys want to give donations and tips and stuff, we appreciate that a lot. We make sure that goes towards paying off things like that Hof, things like Sigerheim. It helps tremendously. We appreciate everybody who's gone over to Entropy to donate. You can donate on Entropy. You can also, especially on tonight where we're going to have a lot of questions, go over there and participate in the super chat. If you throw a question up with your donation, we will get to that first before we start hitting the other questions. I think that's what we got, other than reminding you guys that coming up the end of this month, we're going to celebrate the 3rd annual Elsie Fest, celebrating the folk mother Elsie Christensen. That's going to be in Wisconsin. I'll be going out to that. I'm looking forward to it. It's always a really nice event. They've got a Wisconsin fish boil there that I always look forward to because it's delicious. So I hope to see everybody there. If you're a member, you should be there. If you're not a member, you should still be there, but you need to reach out to your local folk builder, and they can get you all set up and vouched for and figured out. But I'd love to see you guys there. And I think that's going to roll us right in. Witan Svan, can you? So for everybody out there taking notes or whatever, Svan, could you list the pieces of the soul complex and start with one and tell us about it? And I think we'll try to do these one at a time.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, do you want me to go through them all and then we'll start at the one, or just?
Yeah, if you could create the list for folks so people taking notes can write it down, or so people can conceptualize it in their head, and then we'll start at the first one you list.
Okay. Well, I had a little bit of a. I'm looking over the comments and they're killing me over here with the AI generated Svan. I got all my fingers. That's how you know it's not AI. But I did create a just a little image. I know this is pretty. I wish I could get Nick to flash it up there, but so. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's not working at all, is it? I have a blur on because the background. All right, we'll get to that.
Pretty filter on.
No, the back filter. Actually, my wife might actually have to leave in the middle of this, so that's why we put it up.
You're gonna hurt somebody's eyes.
I know they're gonna be glasses on, glasses off.
It's strange because sometimes the frame is perfectly clear and others, like half of it is blurred and the other is crystal clear. I don't know what's what.
Yeah. And actually leading up to this, when I was testing it, perfectly clear, high definition. Then we moved into like the back room or the back room of the for the show, and it looked good. And then it just turned back into this. So kind of defeated on that one. Just need to get a new one. So one of the things that we'll get to the image later because it's actually important, I think, that we cover some of that. But the first is there's 9 parts of the soul, and there's a 10th element. And so that 10th element is hinging upon some functions of the other parts of the soul. And we'll get to the 10th element as we go, but the leak is similar to the German word like lich or lich. It's the body, the physical body, and it's spelled Lik, the dash over the I, which makes it a long E sound. There's the ek. Ek is the ego, the self, and justification of existence, or determination of that justification of existence. Next is Hugr. Hugr is Hugr. I know it looks like it's spelled hugger, but it's Hugr. And that is your mind, your thought, your processes, the things that you take in, and the stimuli that drives you forward. And it's much more than that, and we'll go into each one. But after that is the mini. Mini is memory. Minni. Mini is the memory. And so this is a bifurcation of the functionings of the mind, but they are kind of seen as together. Next we have is the Ond. The Ond is very special. It's the divine breath. It's O-N-D. There's 2 dots above the O, and so it has the kind of the AU sound, like in the word caught. So it's Ond. From the Ond we have the Hamr, H-A-M-R, Hamr. Hamr is the projected self, or I would say even the power of the self. And this is that's a very broad definition. We'll get into each of these, but the Hamr is the extension of the might of the soul. And might is a very important word for that. And then we have the Saul, S-A-L. The A has a dash over it, so that's an ow sound. Saul. It's the soul. And the soul is the containment of much of this complex. Then we have the Haminya. It's H-A-M-I-N-G-J-A. So Haminya. The J is a Y sound, so it's not Hamingja. That sounds like a odd word. Haminya. And then lastly, we have the Filkya. The Filkya is F-Y-L-G-J-A. Filkya. And it would be worth to note, putting off to the side next to the Hamr and the Saul would be something called Odur. So off to the side, the O with the dash over it, TH, or the Ev, which looks like a D with a line through the top, almost like a combination between a D and a T, and R, Odur. And we'll get to that in relation to the other components that really, really ignite that. So starting off, I mean, first and foremost.
Pause there for one sec.
Okay.
I want to acknowledge a couple of things over in the side. Ronald Blake, got it right this time. I apologize for last week. That's on me. Just donated $100 to Njordshof to make that happen. This man is doing his part and a whole lot of other people's parts too. Thank you so much for your generosity. You're on here every week donating and making stuff happen. This is how we get stuff done, and we appreciate it. And then another comment. Europa the Last Battle says, nah, I prefer old school Alive Svan. AI is bad news. I'm saying you don't know that yet. I think you should give this show a shot. Robo Svan may be cooler than regular Svan. You don't know.
Europa was having me laugh as we were coming into the intro.
So, Wrought again, $40 to Njordshof. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And says that they are signing up for membership tomorrow. That's awesome, and I look forward to your application. Yeah, no, I just saw those things over on the side, and I want to go ahead and hit those. If you would, let's start with piece 1 of the Soul Complex.
Yeah, the leak. I mean, I think that's, or before we even step into that, one of the things that's duly noted, I think, for people that are coming into Asatru is, why is there multiple parts or things of that nature? And that might be a confusing concept in and of itself, but these, even though we're using the Norse words, I also made mention that of connections to them in like in German. These components are listed, as you said, you know, these are spanning in the language. And upon reviewing concepts of the Teutonic Aryan soul, we have seen these words indicating components and things of the self. And so this is a compiling of them. And there's no right, like lore where it says that this is a condensation or condensation. Yeah, or I guess a formulation of the list.
So pause for a sec, because I'd like to say there is lore that says that. That lore just happens to come from the 1980s. Sure. And that's something important. None of us here are trying to suggest to you that any Viking dude somewhere wrote this down as these are the exact pieces of the soul. This is compiled knowledge of our source lore and all of the lore going up to modern times about the components that make up the soul of our folk. And what's really important, people can squabble over minutia of what each piece might be called, or whether there's some overlap between pieces and you think one part goes here, or you think one part goes there. There's room for that, but the importance here is what we are communicating tonight is truth. and we're communicating it in the best way that has come to the greatest of our minds of how to compartmentalize those truths into these component parts. All of these component parts do go into our soul. That's truthful. How that's all shaped, our names for identification of the soul part are parts is much like the runes. The carved sticks, the like straight lines on rocks, aren't the runes. They're representations of the runes. The rune is the mystery it embodies. And, just because somebody's drawing it with a certain set of straight lines,
right,
that line symbolizes this. So the soul that we are putting out there symbolizes the truth of our soul. As we grow and advance, as our faith develops, perhaps we can break it down even further into components of each of these parts. This is true up to this point. It may be refined and more true down the line, but what we are delivering tonight is truth in the best way that we know it.
Yeah, that encapsulates the motivation of why we are mapping this out. And it's also, incumbent upon us as Gothar to explain these things, because they do have living and even, post-mortem effects of this. We see this as all-encompassing part between the living and passing on. But let's focus on the soul mapping. When we talk about the leak, we're talking about the body. And the body in its importance of what it is to the soul. It's the vehicle. It is the physical implementation of will through usage of our hands and our mouths. I think it's also the focusing power of ond. Another component that we'll discuss later, and again, it will have to jump around a little bit because they're all so intimately connected. But the ond, the divine breath that we receive from Odin, passed through all of us, is one of the major components to it. Is our ability to manifest ourselves in an unknown. So we know of the past and we know of our present, but to manifest ourselves by saying we will run or we will go, the first part of that is about speaking that power and along with actually physically moving. So a lot of these components are hinging on the body. The body, component is important. I think even from cultural standpoints in the AFA, I mean, we have, a physical excellence group where we focus on, honing the body, strengthening the body, or bettering the health of the body, always striving to build better about ourselves, no matter what point in time in our life, no matter our age, and to achieve goals or make goals and then achieve them. And so that honing, that shaping of the body, I think is extremely important. So on the physical level, this is where we receive the blooming hue, the shape, our distinction, what makes us folk, what our identity and our connective identity to each other starts in the leak. And so it's extremely important. And we see this as the body is a unit of the soul that has worth, value, and should be shaped, maintained, and upkept, and or accelerated into the form of its purpose. If you find yourself in your line of work and you are unfit, you're unfit to carry people, you're unfit to move things, then it greatly establishes what you're capable of doing in the world, or what your orlog and your weird, what you're able to weave in the world, is directly associated with your body. So taking care of your body is important. Within reason, of course. Obviously, we know that some folks do take to abstaining from things or living in rigorous physical conditioning and all of this, which is good, but it's about where you are in the world, in your life. Again, fashioning yourself to be an implement of weird, and your soul is important. So the leak, that's
All right.
my
So
take on that.
before we go to part two, I want to speak about the leak. And I also want to tell folks we have, so anybody on Entropy, please come back on Entropy. I know it shut down. It's back up now. It's doing awesome, as far as I can tell anyways. We've got, anyway, please bear with me on any Entropy technical difficulties. It's a really great service. It's been problematic for us a little bit lately, but we got 2 folks that donated over there. You know, it's maybe a little bit of hassle, but the AFA just made $30, so we appreciate it. Guys who are doing the super chat over on Entropy, bear with us. You will be the first people whose questions we answer, but we do want to get through all of the different pieces before we go into the questions. So it may be a little bit before we get to you, but you may not be right now, but you will be first, I promise you. One thing that I think is important, and I think this is so many of the concepts in our faith are represented on many, many levels. There's a microcosm, macrocosm relationship between a lot of the things that we talk about. The soul community is like that. All of the parts of your soul rely upon each other. How each of them is developed or not developed affects all of the others. It is the job of your leak to be as beautiful as possible, because its beauty is reflected on every other piece of that soul complex. It is the first thing people see. It's the first thing that most people see when they see you. And it's literally your first impression. Look good. Look your best. The other thing is to be physically capable. We exist in this life in a physical, corporeal world where the only way you can do stuff is with your body. Does that sound ableist? Life is ableist, unfortunately. It just is. So you're doing the best with what you have, and making the most out of it is essential to getting the best out of the rest of your soul complex. Being physically capable, being in good shape, minding your health and your longevity, and also looking good. Those are all really important things. And, you know, this is a conversation that I had with our founder, Altair Yogothi Stephen, some years ago. I think even before I was Altair Yogothi. And we both very much believed that your physical condition is a reflection of your soul condition. How healthy the rest of your soul is reflected in your physical condition. And there's a lot of pieces that go into that, and I'm happy to answer questions on that later, but I think it's important as we go into this to have that part in mind. Please proceed to part 2.
Yeah, I'm kind of biased on that opinion as well. I think that being a barber is especially in the essence of discipline to style or discipline to aesthetics, and the idea of maintaining yourself, maintaining your appearance, maintaining your professionalism, maintaining your nobility, and your corrective actions reflect in the way that you do present yourself in the world. The way it's so important that we dress well, we carry ourselves well, we stand upright, we stand clear-eyed, chest out and hips forward. These things are all important, and I definitely think I'm biased in that because my business is the maintenance of that discipline to style. Okay, so the next component, and I mean, again, the leak can be extremely complex depending on where we take that. But the next one is I find is also a very big complex part that is hard to quantify for a lot of people. But the ek, is in essence the ego, and definition of the ego, it has, I mean, there's entire schools of thought that are built around what is the ego. You know, whether it's the an archetype of the soul, or it's the Das Ein, or whatever it might be.
So if I can interject something, because I think it's timely on this. What you just said about how you carry yourself, I think it directly relates between the ego's interaction with the lick. Your pride in self and your awareness of how others view you, walking with your head up, your chin out, your chest out, walking tall and proud and standing up straight, is a part of that ego embodying that ek.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the health of the ego reflects through the leak. And a lot of times, I know when we talk about internet jargon, or just talking in discussions, and we talk about, like, people, throw out the word alpha quite a lot, or and beta and sigma and what have you. But really what they're talking about is I think the pathway to the ego presenting itself in the world, and first and foremost often through the body. I mean, yes, our speech and our mind have a great effect, but it is incumbent on the body to also embody that. When we talk about the ego, obviously the connotations in modern time take negative turns, because we have words like egotistical that immediately kind of barrage the mind. And so in this day and age, I think it's important that we clarify the ego and its positioning to make you better is your ability to see yourself, to act, to physically move, to grow, and to shape yourself. That those two reflect on each other. It's important that you have a healthy ego. Ego is really all the activity that you take to give your presence and to give your existence justification to live and to move and to interact with your community, with your family. Much of it is built upon your deeds. So as you create deeds with the body, your ego then is much like a receptacle of the merit that you gain from your deeds. And so if you act nobly, if you move nobly, if you act professionally, if you move forward in your life with all of these components physically, your ego starts to be honed as well, much like working it out, like an exercise. And then eventually this melding of the two elevate themselves. And that's a big part throughout the entirety of the soul, because when we get to other components, just like every part of the soul, just like the body, can be honed, trained, and elevated in its performance. So that's also something worth noting. The ego is a huge, I mean, when you go down the psychological route, it is a huge topic about what exactly, is the justification for our existence, and so on and so forth. And I'm not really going to try to tackle all of that, but what it ultimately is, I think, is projective and receptive. You are receptive by your deeds and by the things that you receive as you grow, and your ego is affected by that. It's also affected by the things, say negative things, or hardships and things that are perceived negatively, and they help formulate your ego. And so your existence and premise of justification doesn't necessarily mean that if you gain hardships, it's the tipping point, because a lot of people you see when they have a broken ego, that it affects them physically. The shoulders are hunched, their head is down, body language is extremely telling of everything that's going on. And it doesn't have to be permanent. Obviously, we go through those phases of our lives where a lot of the stimuli that we gain affect our physical perceptions of ourselves. And yeah.
All right.
If you have anything to add on to that as
Yeah,
well.
absolutely. And first, I see over in the side, and I'm not answering questions right now, but I do want to comment on things that go on in the chat if I think they're relevant. Yeah, some people are born with infirmities. Some people experience things in their life that either make them cripple in some way or perhaps disfigure them. There are challenges to all of these things. My point about the lick is it's your job to make that the best it can be. If there's some things that can't be overcome, fine. The rest of your team, of your soul complex, will do their best to hold that up and compensate it. That's how a team works. But your lick owes it to the rest of the soul complex to be at the best that it can be. Not the best that exists, but the best that it can be. Also, I see a comment, and I don't want to, I meant this earlier, but we have been remiss. We owe our conception of the soul complex, our understanding of it, and the foundations of this topic to Dr. Stephen Flowers. Edred Thorson, his pen name, he is the man who sorted this out initially, who put these ideas to paper. We've expounded on them, and I think we differ in some small ways. But this is all based on the work of Dr. Flowers. When I spoke earlier about how it is part of our lore, those works by Dr. Flowers, when he was a big part of pioneering modern Asatru, are part of that lore. Futhark, Rune Lore, some of those very seminal books that he put out are part of our modern lore. And I don't in any way want to claim that this is all our own doing. We've tried to develop and expand upon it the best we can, but we owe this to Dr. Flowers, and we appreciate the pioneering work that he did. As far as the ego, it's a lot of things, but one of the key concepts to me when thinking of it in terms of the soul complex is your self-confidence or lack thereof. If you have the best leak in the world, but your shoulders are slumped and your head's down and you're mopey and you can't look anybody in the eye, the power of that's diminished. If you're not the most impressive, but you're out there, you're standing up, you're looking everybody in the eye, your chest's out, you have pride in how you carry yourself and how you walk in your body language, that enhances that leak to a level it wouldn't be at normally. And the pride in self, and we've seen that we can see this in different parts of the soul, but very specifically, the pride in self is something that our enemies, writ large, the enemies of your folk, but writ small, the enemies of you personally, the bully in high school, your rival in whatever you do that's petty. Tearing down your self-confidence, tearing down that ego is one of their most effective ways to strike at you and to emasculate you if you're a man, if you're a woman, just I don't know what the female equivalent of that is, but to disempower you. And that's something we need to be very conscious of. And I think it's very relevant to the world that we're around today when we see the pushing of degenerate and alternative lifestyle choices that we don't approve of, or the demanding of every couple on every commercial needs to be interracial or needs to be homosexual. That's targeted to hurt us in the ego. So it's important that we spend extra time fortifying our sense of self-confidence. And that's a very important element in our ego.
Yeah, and I think it's important to know too that the part of the ego is about not settling. it's about always yearning to formulate stronger and better self. And so you are not ultimately the biggest critic of oneself oftentimes is ourselves. But the idea is that you're not accepting or just tolerating this the miasma of where you're at. It draws you into a lull. Instead, you're always looking forward, always trying to tweak or maintain or clean or hone. There's so much to go on there. So you can't tolerate just accepting where you're at. It's about improvement. And if you have a deficiency in the wholeness of your body, or even to, and we'll get to that about when we talk about thought and memory, the wholeness of the mind. The idea that one of the driving points of the ego is to not tolerate, but to continue to impress upon oneself to improve at all times. Because that's I think the structuring power that will keep a lot of this onslaught against the ego is not focusing on the negative. Obviously, that destroys the ego. It's when you are intolerant of that which is acceptable, and always thinking about the positive, and always thinking about moving forward, moving upward, being better. That helps you pull through the onslaught of a lot of the depressive factors and degenerative factors that are always kind of flowing at us. Yeah.
So we've got the leak, we've got the ek. What is part 3?
Okay, so part 3 and 4 are intimately connected, but going with the first is Huwar. Huwar is thought. It translates to the thinking or the thought. This is, I would say, the forward-facing mind. It is the mind that receives stimuli. It is the mind that interacts with perception, the way that we perceive things, and this too can affect the ek. It's much akin to experiencing stimuli, whether it's from someone talking or from someone writing something that really just strives and hits home. It's the I think it's the first part of the receptive sense of other people's odor, and we'll get into that later. But it is most importantly the receptive seeing mind, and how you calculate and how you process that information, and what use you have for it, or what you can oftentimes try to discard. In it's your intellect and your wisdom, but it is I would say the experience wisdom, the ability to apply it to your thinking and to your acting. And that oftentimes gets confused with the deeper wisdom of memory, which is the next component. But the Huwar is, it could be based on your intelligence. It could be based on the processes in which you hone your mind to think, to ponder, and to receive information, and also funnel that information and apply it elsewhere.
So everything that Svan just said, but with the added effect of, there are multiple, this is one of, and there's many components that have this. This is one of those that has sacred and mundane aspects. It's also your busy mind that thinks of, what groceries you need to get and stuff you got to do for work and deadlines and, what's on TV and, what are you eating for dinner and calculating your macros and all the different things that your mind needs to multitask and do in our corporeal existence here in Midgard. It also has higher things like tactics or, contemplating spirituality or doing things like we're doing right now. But these are different, these are all things that go on there. And we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But there's a lot of different processes going on there.
Yeah, and if we if we look at the body as the forefront, and in the center is the ek, and then to the side of the ek is the thought and the memory, then we can see kind of the encapsulation of the vehicle part of the soul working all in tandem, and in order for, as if people are taking notes on this, is that those upper components of the list work very intimately together in the physical sense, in the physical world, the material, the middle world. And those applications are important. You can't separate the huer from the minni. The minni is the memory. But this is where it suddenly becomes selectively active at this point, because unless you're resting your brain with good sleep and achieving mental states that are good, both your thought and your memory are affected, and your body, and then hence your ego in the center. Your minni is the collective intellectual machinations that you have accumulated as you interact with the world, and compartmentalizing them and placing them down, and they are actively engaged and sometimes inactively engaged during certain activities or certain situations that you might find yourself in. So the minni is kind of the gateway to the rest of the list, as a lot of your other soul components can sometimes enter through into the physical by coming out of your memory. Then we talk about memory in a sense, not so much just only in the way that we do remember things, but it's also, there's a soul memory. There's a blood memory. There's a memory of your lineage. There's a memory of many different factors. And the memory component has often been a very controversial, or at least it was a long time ago, one of the most controversial components of our church, of Folkish Asatru. When we talk about the metagenetics, we're talking about the gateway between the cognitive mind and the subconscious mind, and how that applies in the body and how it affects things. Our memory can be activated based on the things we bring to the table, but there are things on the other side of the table that are already set there for us. And it is important that we acknowledge them, introspectively try to engage them, and even pull them out and ruminate on them and work on them, and see how they affect things. So the minni is both conscious memory and subconscious memory, even to the point of soul memory. I always view it as kind of the if the body and the ego and thought are the projected space that we encapsulate as we move in and create weird, it is minni that is like the doorway that leads into the further and more complex parts of the soul. It's a common thing, as if you learn how to play a musical instrument and you're trained intellectually to read music, but when all of that is encapsulated together, there's this transcendent moment where your memory starts to press forward into the physical, and even to the point where you are becoming like a gateway of the other soul components through that medium of playing music, or the recitation of poetry, or even just the activation of this could happen in a physical sense. When you're running or something for a very long period of time, and you're thinking about all the things you learned and all the techniques and how you make your stride and all of the components that make you successful, and then suddenly there's this rush of something that comes from beyond, from almost like behind you, and comes and saturates forward into the physical. The gateway is your memory.
Yeah, there's stuff I'd like to add on this. I'm also, keeping track of the side comments, and I don't see this question in our queue of questions. So I want to address it now, not as answering a question per se, because I'm still going to answer you guys who donated first, but just as a point of clarification. This is the structure of the soul proposed by Thomas Carlson. It's a very good one and historically accurate. Yes, but Thomas Carlson learned this from Dr. Flowers. So this comes from the same source. I have not read Thomas Carlson's furtherance of it, so I'm not sure what points he makes afterwards, but he credits Dr. Flowers as being his inspiration in these things, and a guy that he corresponded with very early on and taught him much of this. So we're hearkening back to the same source on this. But yeah, memory is, and I'll put this out there, and I think I've said this a few times, but it's been really instructive to me. So my mom suffered, she just passed away last month, and she suffered from vascular dementia. And it was really informative because I got to see pieces of the soul complex break away from one another. And that's one of the ravages of that disease. But it's also very, very instructive. And the memory, those memories that you possess, the memories that you inherit from your folk, those things you know from the past are such a huge part of who you are. And I watched, and her Hewer maintained longer than her Minnie, and watching her memory get stripped from her dissolved so much of that core of who she is, of who people, because if you think about it, the way we relate to one another is our history. The way Svan and I relate is because he's a very dear friend of mine, and I've known him for many years. And so we have a relationship, we have a rapport, we understand how each other thinks. It's not just a guy I'm on here talking to for the first time today. It's built upon all that I know about Svan from those interactions. Same with our regular listeners. You guys have heard me. You guys have heard Svan. And so you guys are coming into this with a set of understanding that adds context to everything, but it adds a deeper perspective on who the other guy on this, the guy on the other side of the screen or on the other side of the earbuds or whatever you're consuming this on is. That foundation, those roots of who you are extremely important. And they're important as a people too, when we know our historical roots or our ancestral roots. When someone comes from a family with deep family traditions of family roots, they're poised so much better for life than someone who's adopted, someone who doesn't know where their family's from. They've got to rebuild a lot of that. And they're not permanently without, any value in it, but they're at such a disadvantage not having that memory with them, not being infused with that as they grew up, knowing who they are and where they come from. We've seen this culturally during conquests where groups of people strip the memory from a group of people that they conquer or they oppress, and then that person is rootless. They're much easier to dominate. They're much easier to keep beat down. And so it's very important that we guard against that and that we cherish who we are, where we're from, what our ancestors did, those things that brought us to where we are, and learn those lessons. All of that is seemingly common sense, but it's nice here to know that it's such an intricate part of our soul complex. So we've got Leek, Ek, Huger, and Minnie. What is part number 5?
Part number 5 is the Ond, and this again is another one that is especially, I think, for people that are new or people that are trying to understand. This is another hard one. This is the divine breath. This is, we call Odin, Lord Odin is the God of our consciousness. And we say that, and what we're talking about is the individual, sure. The collective, yes. The folk as an entirety, yes. There is the spark that starts this, and much of all of the interactions of the components that we've discussed thus far are implementations of that spark. They are the connection point that Odin has to see us and witness us through our actions, through our deeds, through our speech. And it is it is like a tethering point, and is one of the most important parts of, I think, our descendancy from him is in this component, the ond, the breath. So when we talk about Odin and Vili and Ve, the tripartite of Odin himself, the dynamicism of him in his shaping of humanity, shaping of the man, shaping of Ask and Embla. There is all of these components play out thus far, and it starts on the bedrock of Ond, that spark. So the shaping of the body, the functioning of the mind, the manifestation of the will, all are powered by the Ond.
In a lot of ways, and I'm lost in thought on it because I'm trying to think of the best way to communicate something that's very profound, but I don't know the right words that's going to make, it's going to translate to you the feeling of it. But that divine spark, that breath of life and of inspiration, is that important X factor that science can't attain. We understand biology, we understand a lot of things, but what makes something conscious or not, what animates a living entity or not, we don't know. We can't, I mean, we know, and we're talking about it now, but we can't quantify, we can't reproduce. We can come up with all kind of chemical cocktails, but what makes life sentient, what makes life conscious, what makes us is that divine spark, that breath of inspiration, that breath of life, that thing that makes us not animal, but Aryan man. That piece that makes us and not others. I'm sorry, my daughter felt the need to come in here and howl. It's what they do. But that piece is the ond, and it's hard to grasp. It's hard to put your finger on, but it's the thing that makes us, and it's so essential to our creation story that the gods found stuff. In the lore, it's described as driftwood, but they breathed that breath of divinity into us, and it animates us and makes us who we are. It makes our Aryan soul, it animates our Aryan soul. It's the gift of the All-Father, and it's that special anointing of us inheriting from our gods that little piece of divinity that lives within us, and it's so important to our soul complex.
Yeah, the shaping of the wood, and it's mentioned of being that the wood is like driftwood. It's rootless, it's unfated, and it is made of that which is of the material of around it, but it is shaped and made different. It is animated, it is given that life, It is again the breath. The breath and the spark are oftentimes so interchangeably used, but yes, that transference of animation to the components of things. This happens so much in our faith when we talk about the very same tripartite, when we talk about Odin, Vili, and Ve, and the slaughtering of Ymir and the reshaping from from existing matter or existing metaphysical matter and energy being transferred, changed, and ordered and shaped. The soul complex and what we're covering is that ordering, that the gods of order, the god of order, Odin, that is formulated in order to shape and create the vessel. And that's, I think, also hugely important when we talk about ascension. And we most likely will cover this later in I know I keep skirting it about afterlife and things like that, and I want to focus on soul, but the when people use the word like psychopomp in relation to Odin, talking about that connection point is the part of Odin's ability to enact ascension, to choose, as he is called the choosing father, Valfather, and he has the ability to choose that manifestation, that connection to it, and what we do and how it is all played out is deeply felt by him through Ond. And so that is the activation of the soul. The gods in relation to humanity are looking at us in our deeds, looking for the might that grows within our soul, all of the components functioning, the higher rate of which all of these components work together is what draws the gods to bring us up into heaven to help fight against those the antithesis forces. And so a lot of the components of the soul and how they work, that is a huge part of our framing of religiosity is that the gods are watching our souls formulate, and the might of our souls is what will be used to help defend and to maintain order. And that first connection, the reason why it's even able to be seen is by the gift that Odin placed within us. That is what the gods can see when they look upon us. And it said mete out or measure out our doom, is measure out our fate or the culmination of our actions based on the honing of our souls. And it starts with the anchoring point, which is Ond. That deed that he created with his weird is what makes that attachment tangible and everlasting.
All right. So we have Leek, Ek, Huger, Mini, Ond. What is part 6?
Now, this is called the Hammer. Now, the Hammer is one of those components that I think has been given kind of more of a rudimentary or just plain able to consume conceptualization. And the first one that always pops into my mind is the presence of the self in the physical body, but in a spiritual sense, in a metaphysical sense. In that regards, it would be, I've heard some people liken it to that when you have a limb removed and you still feel the limb, that is where your hammer or your shape is still existent, even though the physical part of your body is gone. And so in many ways, people have argued that, is it a projection of the way we see ourselves if we are whole and then suddenly we are unwhole? Is it just perception, or does it actually exist? And that's the problem with that example, is because the hammer that's the base sense of it. The other sense of it is the way that we can, if we get all of the components before it in alignment, understood, honed and practiced, disciplined, the hammer can cease to be just an aura or an effect of the body or a perception of the body, and can actually extend out into the unseen world around us. And in that regards, I would say a simple effect would be if somebody was to change the environment in a room, the way that their hammer, and I often use the word might in this exampling, is that the soul might at its base level is the shape of the body, but it extends out and it has an effect on things. It can physically affect people. It can mentally affect people. It can bolster up. It can cause motion effect or a stabilizing effect. It can also draw in. And so I think this one gets confused a lot with when people say it's the aura. And I try to avoid that only in the context that it's in relation to like modern and kind of new age developmental talk or jargon. The aura of a person doesn't quite activate that either. It still kind of keeps it in a containment. Our view of Hammer is always that when you add the soul components up, understanding the divine breath and spark, and build that connection, replenish it, the Hammer starts to grow. The Hammer changes. It can be changed. It can take on an essence around the person that they have an ability to project in the world around them.
So there's a little bit of overlap in my mind, between this and between part 10. But the hammer can be perceived. We can see the leak. I shouldn't say see. We can perceive the leak by our five senses. You can hear it, you can see it, you can poke it, you can smell it, you can lick it, you can, it's a thing. But that sixth sense, those extra senses perceive the hammer. I feel bad that lefties have soiled a lot of things to where we're embarrassed to say it, because this really is where auras come into play. When you have someone who sees with second sight, who has that extra perception, they can perceive this projection of self. I think very often this is the visual element of those that encounter a visual element in ghost encounters. This is one of those things that people with second sight see when they see a person. They see this projection of that person. This is something that the magus can send out to do his will. But this is that projection of self outside of the leak. And there's overlap, and I'll get to that when we get to the 10th kind of piece here. But yeah, this is that. I think it's really interesting the point Svan raises about the phantom limb, because I do think that's a really, very few of us have that experience, but that's a very real, it's a tangible way of expressing this. But yeah, we also talked about if your leak is busted, if you're blind. Sometimes blind people have trained their perception to where they perceive hammer. They can perceive that that non-corporeal projection of self. And so, whereas you have a physical projection of self, which is your body, which is your leak, your ethereal projection of self is that hammer.
Yeah, and when you said too, oftentimes you talked about how the perceptive mind, the mind, or the the ability for a person to sense that, to see that, um, it's it's amazing if someone is whole and can do that. But what we have noticed is that sometimes when people are at a detriment in their body or sometimes in their mind, they can perceive the hammer. So oftentimes I think the other components end up covering for that loss. And when they do so, they activate an extra sensitivity even to the hammer. Um, like you said, when someone is blind but yet can still feel a presence um, innately within them, or if a person is requires so much of their thought in the way that they perceive things with their sight, they can see it, even if they were, say, deaf or just unable to physically move, but yet still feel that presence. Oftentimes, this would be like the case as if someone was comatose or in a deep torpor slumber, and but yet the presence of the person near them is still felt because the hammer and the hammer affects the unseen senses, or the other senses are activated so highly that they can perceive this. Um, you also mentioned about if somebody was to utilize their might in order to project it out. So the two combinations of what you had said about the reflection of the hammer in a space and the projection willfully are kind of one and the same too. Oftentimes we notice that the hammer is witnessed by the living in an area where someone may have long since passed. That projection usually happens in I would say less than in not good situations. Oftentimes the hammer is activated or it explodes out because of trauma or because of an event, or even just, I would say, like psychological trauma on the mind, on the thought. The hammer begins to react. It can even react against stimuli without you even being aware of it, and it imprints itself on the physical world around it. And that is oftentimes, like, if you seeing, like, in Virginia, a lot of the battlefield ghosts going through. There's one in particular near a tree that has been witnessed by multiple people, but it's continuing to do the same thing. Its movement, it looks like a young soldier crawling on the ground and then standing up next to a tree, and then it dissipates. And this seems to repeat over and over and over again. And that is that imprint. It's not that your hammer entirely stays here, but that its projection is so grand, the might is so strong that it influxes itself upon the physical world. And we know that the physical world works in vibrations, even in things that we cannot see. And it can manifest itself even into the realm of perceptive and light, that our eyes can see it.
All right, so something on that, and this is related. This may seem out there, but I think that it's worth putting in there. There are moments that you are so overcome by the moment that all these things, for a brief instant, fire together and are amplified beyond what they would normally be. We see that with ghosts. If someone experiences an extreme trauma or dies in a very traumatic way, at that moment, it's so powerful that their hammer transcends time and space for that. You see that with the leak when you have the woman that all of a sudden can deadlift a car because it's pinning her child. She could never replicate that in the gym or in a competition or in anything else. But it hit, and all those pieces worked together for that moment and transcended. And you see that with different parts of this complex. And I think that Svan's example of the battlefield ghosts are one of those instances where it transcends the soul complex and is something truly magnificent. So we've got the leek, the ech, the huer, the mini, the ond, and the hammer.
Yeah, the hammer as it extends out.
What is part 7? And I promise, guys, we will get to your questions. I knew this was going to be a long one, so please do bear with us.
So the soul, it is the word. It's the soul. Now the soul is again at the base level. It can be seen as the encapsulation of that which resides behind the memory. Those like the ond and the hammer. The soul could be seen as like the core of that spiritual complex. It could also be seen as the container of it, or the internal container of those components beyond the memory. But it is also important to know that it contains its own threshold connection. So much like where the memory is the threshold connection to the spiritual components, the soul is also a threshold to the spiritual components that are behind it. And in that space, oftentimes we call it the shade, the shaded self, or the presence of the self in parts unexplored. It's not dark. It's shaded because it is unknown or unseen or unexplored. These parts of the soul that derive from so many components of our existence, including again the things that we receive from the gods, the blessings from the gods, the blessings at birth. They pass through the soul and affect everything before it and everything that's within it that is not directly, your intellect or your physical body. It affects those things, but all of that really does pass through the soul, and it is the deepest part of the temple, if you will. Yeah.
So the soul is, I believe it's the Gylfaginning that talks a little bit about the soul being immortal. In that, barring special circumstance, the soul, that the soul, which is our word soul, passes through death into the beyond, with whatever pieces get integrated into it or whatever pieces are broken off from it. That is the inherent you-ness that passes on into something other. That is the you-ness that is not destructible based upon normal mortality. Now, we can talk about the disintegration of that at a later time. This is something to think about in the questions. I know that the soul naturally leads to a conversation about death and the afterlife. And Svan's already tried to pull back from going into it too deeply because we're going to do a whole episode on that the next time we speak with Svan. So 2 weeks from today. It's not verboten to talk about today, but we are going to focus on it more intensely here in 2 weeks. So what's part 8?
So when we talk about, well, it depends. Do you want to talk about the other now, considering that these two components are so key in its placement?
No, I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it last.
Okay. So for everyone here, just remember place this on the side, that the 10th component is deeply connected to the Hammer and the Saul. And it's connected to all of those parts. But yes, and the Saul is like the hub.
So yeah, and pause. As a disclaimer, apparently my wife felt need to mention this. No, my daughter is not screaming due to any kind of torture or parental malfeasance. She is excited about her bath time toys. Once again, thank you to our law speaker, Alan Turnage. For her 3rd birthday, he gave her some cool bath toys that she's really excited about.
Really excited.
I was unaware that you guys could hear it quite that loud.
Yeah, where the Saul would be much like the hub of a wheel, and each of the components an intrinsic spoke, and the leak would be the outer rim of the wheel, the tread of the wheel itself that moves through the world. When we talk about these next 2 components, it would be best to look at them like the axle of said hub. And that is, the next one is Haminya. Haminya has got a lot of confusion. I've seen people try to kind of mash it together with other components and not seeing it as its own component, but I think that's a mistake. Haminya is very important, and it's based upon, it's much like a reservoir, or again, connected to the Saul. It is the reservoir of luck. And that luck is 2-way. That reservoir can gain from all the components before it. All of the deeds that you do, the words that you say, and everything that you commit to can increase your Haminya. A perfect example of this would be to say taking an official oath and then going against that oath, or acting in contrary to because oaths can, they can change. I think if both parties are clearly assessing that things need to be, renegotiated, or the standards need to be met because the outside world has, affected some things. The oath that stands and the oath that you have, if you go against that oath, it can directly affect your Haminya. So whereas Hammer is seen as kind of like your might and is seen as a projective force, the Haminya is a receptive force when we talk about the physical world. Your luck is flowing there. But it doesn't just stop at you. It's actually something that is passed down to your children.
So I want to make a note in the midst of this, because I think that we're geared towards seeing negatives a lot, and that helps us to be better, but it's important to point out. So your Haminya suffers if you break an oath or if you don't live up to an oath, but your Haminya is heightened and is enhanced if you follow through on it, because it means in a serious situation, in a time of testing, you stood by your word. And so it makes you mightier. This is a really important thing to note, especially in terms of, the second very important ritual we do in Asatru is Sumbul. It's why we are so careful of who we allow to speak oaths over the horn and any words that are spoken over the horn. When you commit to that, when we're all in a ritual, our individual Haminyas are made better by people fulfilling oaths there. We're made mightier by that. But if somebody just spouts off an oath and they don't follow through, then we all take a hit in our Haminya. So I just wanted to interject that. And I saw a side comment that somebody said luck/honor. And I hadn't heard it quite in that context, but absolutely. Certainly honor in the way that we use it today, your personal integrity of you being a person of integrity or not, but also in the more archaic sense of the value your community places on you. Your Haminya is a collection of the value that's placed on you by your existence and by your character. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but I thought it was very relevant at the time.
No, absolutely. And that's the reason why I chose the oath as an example, because a lot of people get into the idea, perhaps it's a more modern idea, is like If I do good, good will come to me. It's more about doing right. And that has that honor aspect, that integrity aspect. It's about doing what's right. And how Haminya is, yes, is about the activation of the correct order of things and moving within that. If it is a very powerful component because it can affect your hamur, it can affect your ego, and then by and large, affecting all the other parts. But it's also something that we see as something that's shareable. It's something that's also connective. When we talk about Frith, a lot of people place that as an idea of just peace or yeah, I guess peace, or some people have even gone into the ideas of thinking about it as pacifism or nonviolence. No, Haminya is the connecting factor between the vertical of the kin fence, the things that unite us together as individuals, is our Haminya. That's what maintains that Frith, and you gain strength if you build that Frith with someone you share collectively with their Haminya. And it can expound in many different levels. We could think of it from the individual to the family. We could think of it as the individual to the tribe, or the individual to the folk at large, or the individual to the church, the community. However, we see it also too in connection to the divine, or the interaction to the divine. Our Haminya is a boon that can be given to us if we unite and then maintain our own integrity and build upon that. And it's such an important part that we have a special point of designation in which the Haminya is attached. And that is another thing that I think the reason why when people downplay Haminya or place it into other components to kind of mash these together, they really lose a lot of important things, including the cultural aspect. When we fasten a name to a child, that is the bottom line of the writ seal that they are now collectively interacting, sharing with, gaining from, and contributing to our Haminya. And that is why you should never downplay it.
There are connecting and concentric circles of Haminya as well. Groups have a group Haminya. One of the things I send out when I welcome people into the Asatru Folk Assembly is their connection to the Haminya of the Asatru Folk Assembly. And they're tying in. It's one of the reasons that being involved in the AFA and our priesthood in general have an elevated importance is it's a Haminya that's been built over the decades. And it's a Haminya that ties in with the rebirth of our faith. It's a Haminya that is fundamentally connected to the relationship between Alsherigothi Stephen, our founder, and the Allfather. That connection is passed down through our priesthood and by extension to our AFA family as a whole. So that's important to think of it as well. Certainly Haminya is luck, but one thing that's really important to realize about it is it's a commodity. You can spend it, you can gift it to someone. When you bestow a name upon a child, you're extending a piece of that person's Haminya upon that child. When you name an object, you're imbuing it with Haminya. When anything has a name or an identity, it branches off and develops its Haminya. You can seed that with some of your Haminya or a group's Haminya. But luck is a quantity. That's why I don't anymore wish someone good luck unless I genuinely wish to bestow on them a piece of my Haminya. So a friend or someone I care about or someone who I very much support in their struggle, I will send some of my luck out to them. But, somebody I don't like good luck. No, I'm not going to waste my luck on somebody that I don't like or don't support or isn't in alignment with, isn't somebody that I want to spend a very real resource on. It's not that it can't be regenerated, and it generates more. One of the mysteries of Fehu is that spending of your resources to spiral, to gain more, to become richer by circulating. But it is something that you break a piece off when you wish somebody good luck. You break a piece off when you name a child, or when you name a weapon, or you christen a ship. But yeah, that's part of the Haminya.
Yeah,
We're
when
going
you
to tie it all up in part 10, but before we get there, Svan, could you tell us about part 9?
yes. Well, I also wanted to say too, when we talk about the old stories in which a king gives rings, or because you had mentioned Fehu, the first rune. Hey, when you mention the first rune, and we talk about that liminal power, that power oftentimes has been played out in our stories and in the events in which, say, for instance, if a king gives out a ring to his men, he is in essence not just bestowing upon them a shiny gift, he's giving them a piece of his haminya. That ring is binding that thane, or that man, or that knight, or whatever word that we want to use for it, is uniting him to the haminya. And the fact that the king is placing it out there, giving a piece of himself, of his might, of his works, his deeds, and giving it to a representative of him, his haminya is being placed on the line there. And so you gain from that. And oftentimes too, there's an exchange. Like for instance, there's the mark of when the warriors gave their combs to the king in respect back, showing that they too have given well, first off, it's worth noting that combs in the elder times were extremely valuable items, extremely hard to make, and there was a lot of care taken into them. And this kind of harkens back again to the lick and the discipline of one's ego and physical body, the cleanliness and the representation of that. But it's also about the fact that this intimate object that's extremely valuable, that is used repeatedly, building this orlog over and over and over again, is given as a representation back that the unification of both sides have been made and have been met. And so this sense of haminya is discussed, or at least presented, in many of the stories. Even when it comes down to, say, a hero being guided to go to his bride's father, goes to the bride's father's mound, the mound in which he is buried in, and in that mound he receives a sword, and that sword is in essence again gaining a haminya, as well as the physical representation of what that sword means, to implement his will. So that is a very big part, and again, it's a commodity. The last and final part, the ninth part, is one that has a lot of mystery around it, and again, haminya and this component sometimes get jammed together, and I don't think that's correct. And so we should expound on it a little bit more. But this one is called the filkya, and the filkya is the follower, that which follows. It is deeply connected. It's not separate from the soul, but it is very similar to the English word fetch, in which something goes and follows something to retrieve it. And that is part of why its mystery is debated about. The filkya in our stories has a general sense, has always been perceived as either a proto self, often symbolic in the form of an animal. And this is important that we cover this. I think that a lot of new age ideals about like totems is something that we need to address before we can move on. One of the big things I think that a lot of people don't understand about some Native American cultures that have this concept of a teacher, and that this symbol changes as you grow older. For us, this symbol is a birth symbol, but it is not actually the animal. It is not. It isn't that animal. It takes that symbol to speak to your base mind, what a lot of your overall, I guess, passed on and attained um, nature is. It's the what we would oftentimes call the self, the proto self. And again, this is very hard to conceptualize when we talk about the other components of the soul. But the way I could, like, when we talk about it in stories, it would often be referred to as, say, for instance, two mighty people are conflicting with each other in an area, and the folk remark on how they see something happening. For instance, if they see two bulls fighting, but these bulls are not known to anyone, they're not owned by anyone, but they're witnessed as these two bulls are interacting, they're fighting, and so suddenly it becomes kind of like a reflection of these two people's proto selves, the soul, and it acts not independently, but is capable of acting outside of the self, because the proto self is moving in its base sense. So if you are your will, your deeds, your weird, your integrity, all of that is battling another mighty force. Oftentimes in the stories it was represented, they would see what like would be almost like the physical manifestation of spiritual animals that are the symbols of those two souls. This gets confused a lot with, I think, like totemic concepts or animism, which is not really a part of our faith, as it's understood that the Filkia is a follower. It connects to our soul, and it thus takes symbology of its proto self. And then adds even more confusion, because the self can be elevated. When we talk about the 10th component, once the elevation of the soul enters into the 10th component, the Filkia changes, and it is elevated since it follows you and takes in the symbology of another effect. And that is usually seen as the higher self, the what is it, the anima versus or the polaric force of the soul in your base nature. It is seen as the elevated sense, reflective. And so if you ascend and your components become the 10th component, your Filkia does also change.
So this one is complex and it can be confusing. Somebody over on the side said it could be either animal, human, or a shape. And that's exactly what Dr. Flowers says. I don't understand the shape thing. It's a thing, don't get me wrong. It's not a thing that I would see because I don't perceive in terms of shape. The idea of an animal, but the other thing that this is often viewed as or seen as by those with second sight, those in dreams, those with perception that way, is by an opposite gendered companion. By men, it would be a female, often described as the Valkyrie. It would be, your female counterpart. We don't see this in lore just because how lore is usually written. But I would assume that for women, perhaps this is some kind of a male counterpart. And in our understanding, a lot of this is that feminine or masculine side of the self that is separate and not integrated. And I think that's a way of explaining a lot of things. The subconscious, the elements of yourself that are not fully integrated into your personality, they're connected to you and your soul, but they exist outside. They're that follower. They're that piece of you that's there, that's in the back of your mind, that's in the periphery, that's doing things external to you. The closer you come to self-realization, to ascension, to those things, the closer that gets to you. But this element of the self that is not integrated into your personality, but is your primal self, is that primal layer. Often the primal nature of that is, I think, what is manifested in an animal form. I think that the part of it that's different from who you are in a waking state, that's different, that's differentiated between your conscious, who you are, and who you truly are, or who, you know, that layer of subconscious is. I realize that I'm moving my hand over across the screen that nobody can see. I just realized that. But yeah, that shadow self, not in a sense of bad, but in a sense of those things that aren't fully integrated, that aren't fully acknowledged, but that are very central to the core of who you are. That exists almost externally at the edge of being almost other. And that is there to advocate for you, to protect you, to look out for you, to advocate in a way that you can't with your, you know, your very civilized self that you're trying to present. That other self out there with your other interests involved is fighting for you and looking on for you in a way. And the closer integration of that gets more into what we're about to talk about on part 10 here. Part 10 also means that when we're done talking about part 10, I will finally get to all of these questions, because we've got some really good questions lining up.
I know you're making sure, like, move forward.
No, I've got to. It's a very long concept, and I think this is, you know, we're an hour and a half in, and we haven't gotten to the first question yet. Right. I think that's a first, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. This is I think it's a really important show, and I think this information, if we can internalize it and build on it, is very important. But I do know it's a lot of listening to me and Svan talk and not necessarily get to some of the questions you guys are asking. So I am aware of that. So Svan, could you bring this all together into part 10, or the 10th phase, or whatever we want to call it, because it's not really a separate part.
Right. It's dependent on the soul being formulated, disciplined, focused, trained, that we see this, you know, when we talk about the Hamiya as a commodity, and even the fetch as a commodity too, because you can share, or the filkya, you can share that with a group, as a nation, sometimes an animal symbol that represents that. That's another part. But when we talk about the odor is activated in particular, as we teach it, that it is the culmination of the hammer and the soul achieving all of the components above them and below them become in alignment. And when they do, they can project forward in an elevated state. The person reaches what we would call the woad self, which is an English word, woad, but in Old Norse it's Oður, O-eth-r.
Der Übermensch.
Yes, the ecstatic self. This concept that we can witness and have seen and are trying to attain, oftentimes through our disciplinary acts, are the achievement of the Oður. The best way to translate it would be a fervorous inspiration. It sometimes is confused with almost like fury in and of itself, and it can manifest that way. Sometimes it would be kind of to conceptualize. I know many people might be very familiar with Berserker or the Ulfhednar, the wolf-headed warriors. The idea of this transcendence into something of an ecstatic state that is furious. That is certainly a part of it, a way to conceptualize it. But there is more to it than just that. Or perhaps you could look at it as like placing different bits on the overall power of the soul. Sometimes it can function out through music, through poetry. Sometimes it can function out through necessity, and all of a sudden all of the parts align themselves in a moment, and there's this, again, transcendent state that's very similar to like what you had mentioned before about the mother suddenly physically lifting the car. But also too, it would also be people seeing that and rushing to jump in, because the older self is like a commodity, in the sense that when you project it out there, it draws people to you, and it brings your soul and all of those components, almost like a frequency. It can affect the souls around you. It's this attainment.
When you have a hero lead a charge, you're right, absolutely. When you talk about those moments I mentioned earlier about when you become more than you are, when that woman, with her child, all of a sudden she has the strength to lift this car because it's not her lifting it. It is her woad self. It is her in the ultimate. So this is going to date me, but I'm going to do it anyway because it entertains me to do so. So y'all remember Altered Beast? And you get these little orbs, and you start out as the good shaped dude, and then you become the swole dude, and then you become like the bear or the wolf or the dragon, and you become this super version of yourself. In the ascension of the self, and when we talk about the hero, you overcome limitations by functioning optimally in this soul complex, by uniting and integrating that other, that subconscious, that primal version of yourself with your under control astral self. When you integrate all of those pieces functioning as a well-oiled, unified machine, as one piece, you become your woad self. You are the better version of yourself. You are the you that you should be. You are the overman. And that's what we strive to get close to. And if you're really lucky and you're really awesome, maybe you can have flashes of that. Maybe you can get close to that. Shoot, hopefully we can all get to that, but very few have. But that ability to become that moment where everything works and you are one unified force of will, when the one guy picks up a sword and charges, yet all the army around him has to, as if they're compelled, charge. And sometimes that happens, and mysteriously, this happened with George Washington. It also happened with General Nathan Bedford Forrest. He got so many horses shot out from under him, and holes in his, holes in his uniform, holes and stuff, and he was fine. George Washington, I forget which engagement he was at, but holes in all through his stuff, but he wasn't hit by a shot. And he had that moment of, like Svan spoke about, the Ulfhednar or the Berserker, the imperviousness to pain and to injury, because they're in that perfect frenzy. And that's so much of the mystery of the All-Father Odin. He is the master of inspiration. He's the master of the woad. That's literally what his name is he is the master of this that we're talking about. So that unity of self in the hero and the perfect version of you for that moment. That's you at your fullest potential. That's you literally being all you can be. And we see that in moments, we see flashes of it. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you'll get one flash of that in your lifetime, but cherish that if you do. This is something I wanted to get back to, and I spoke about the hammer this way as well. Sometimes people see that version of you. They see your woad self. And the idea is, you'll see a veteran, or you'll see an old king or an old, hero. They're old and they're broken down and their mind's not functioning the way it used to, and they're hunched over and, hoary with age. But you can see that they've been there. They've seen what you haven't seen. They've lived that woad self, and it transcends. You see that presence. When you are overcome by someone's presence, and I think we've all experienced this to one degree or another, but the force that walks in that room isn't that hunched over veteran. It is his woad self. It is him at his prime. And it overtakes all around him. And you see that. I mean, we get the tiniest glimpse of that with celebrity or star power or other things. But when you have someone who has achieved that woad self, even for a moment, they carry that with them for a lifetime. And those with second sight, those who are perceptive, but even the rest of us notice there's something different about that guy. And you can feel that kind of presence, and it's powerful. And it's so hard for us to put mundane words to, because it's whenever you want to describe a transcendent experience, it's very hard with language because it literally transcends language. But we all feel it. When a certain person enters the room and you stand up straight and you make sure you're not looking away, or you're so intimidated you can't look that person in the eye. That's that woad self that's the power of that manifesting in your presence. And that's what we seek to do. And that's one of the keys towards ascension. And that's something that Svan and I will talk about 2 weeks from now specifically.
I wanted to bring up, because there is confusion between the hammer and the woad self. And one thing I would say is, if the hammer projects into a room and affects people mentally, physically, emotionally, Other does that, plus even seems to build gravity around weird or time or space itself. Like you said, when the imperviousness of the moment, moving through a moment in which you would think that they wouldn't be able to do, and all of a sudden it seems that fate itself is conjoined with the perfection of the soul at that moment, and it has an ability to contort the weird around, or the orlog around, by pulling people in, by affecting the things around it, and it becomes
literal gravitas.
Literal gravitas, yes.
One thing that I think is the challenge in all of our lives is closing the distance between who we are today and our woad self. That achieving that potential of who we should and could be and who we are now, and getting ever closer. And the object is obviously to become that woad self. But every inch we get closer to it is progress and is a source of pride. That's the struggle that we all face. And I think that in Christian circles, I don't know if it's still a thing, but way back when, it was, what would Jesus do? It was closing the distance between you and Jesus. In our faith, it's much more the idea of, what would your idealized self be? If you could write the saga of your life, who would you be? No, wait, you can write the saga of your life. So be that you would make yourself be. The person you would will yourself to become, be that. And it's a million times harder to do than it is for me to say. But in a way, that is the purpose of life and existence. Become that person. And that's the challenge before all of us.
Yeah, that attainment is so interesting because of the dichotomy. We don't separate ourselves. We don't try to separate ourselves from, but we try to elevate all to project forward into and out around us. We're not closing ourselves off. We are building. I think closing ourselves off could be a way to help maybe discipline parts of the soul. But the ultimate point is to reach the potential that the gods know that we can attain, because that's when they will witness us.
And at 2 hours in, we will begin to take questions.
Oh boy.
No, this is a really good one tonight. I'm really glad we're doing this. So, as promised 2 hours ago, Tyler Sagert, folk builder in New Hampshire. Anybody in New Hampshire? This is the guy you should talk to, doing big things. Donated. It's been so long, I don't think it's even showing up right, but on Entropy, I think he donated $20. How does the individual soul and the folk soul benefit and interact with each other? And I think that's a really good question. Svan, what are your thoughts?
Sometimes when we talk about the folk soul, there's two parts to that we since it's not specified, I'll cover both. There is the folk soul that oftentimes may be referred to as, say, the collective conscious or the collective unconscious or the living energy between the living people. And so that sometimes is seen as the emanation of the folk soul in the living. And again, the individual soul and our honing of that obviously is to gain a boon towards the living folk soul that is present. That connection between us. I refer to it, like I was saying, frith. Frith is again is another word that I think gets downplayed a lot, but that frith is about loyalty. Frith is about integrity. Frith is about your deeds. It's about your oaths. It's about your everything is culminated in there, and that is the building blocks of the living material folk soul. There is also the folk soul of those who have gone before us. And when we sometimes in our faith, I hear people talk about the folk soul in a sense of a destination in which we will arrive when our soul is passes on. And again, that's next episode. But the that folk soul also benefits, again, because there is cyclical parts in which the folk soul interacts with the cosmos. And so a soul that returns to the folk soul with much gravity around it, much might, much luck, and is distributing it through to the children and to the people that are left behind, and then in turn bringing it into with the ancestors. That also, it's all about boon, the boon of this of this individual soul elevates the collective, whether it's the living or the ancestral, which are not really divided, but to see it in certain ways as the material versus the metaphysical soul of the folk. but always it's about boon, bringing that to the table.
So the folk soul infuses the individual when the individual is in tune with their ancestors. So here's the thing. Modern American white kid that grows up in the hood, that parents don't teach him, that schools don't teach him, he knows there's more, but he doesn't know how to access that. When that same person is raised in a family that teaches him tradition, in a faith that connects him to our gods and to his ancestors, he's able to integrate that folk soul into his life because he's immersed in it. The folk soul is the collective experience, the collective history, and the collective memory of our folk. By ritual and by cultural immersion, that manifests itself and it empowers that individual to do great things and to draw upon that very, very deep and beautiful well. That's how it interacts with the individual. How the individual interacts with the folk soul is that they live the biggest, best life they can. And part of that memory, part of those achievements, part of that increased Hemenia adds to that well of our collective folk soul for the next generation. And it's directly increased by what that individual puts in it. That was a good question, Tyler, and I think it's something that a lot of people think about. And then I believe, again, it's been so long that it's like screwed up the dollar amount. I believe for $10, thank you, Travis, another folk builder of the AFA, Travis Bodish in Colorado. The boys in Colorado are doing great things. That was a fairly stagnant region for us for a long time, and now it's doing wonderful things. Love seeing that. Travis, you and Nick are doing a great job. So he says, hail the folk, hail the gods, hail the AFA, hail victory. Absolutely.
Hail.
Hail. All right, now to our first of the regular questions. This one comes from Bodie. My good friend Bodie. I hope he's still with us over in the chat. I know it's been a couple hours. All right. Can you explain how, I think Bodie asked this honestly before we even started talking, if I remember the side chat correctly. Can you explain how the soul sickness our folks suffer from affects the different parts of the soul? There he is. He's over in the side chat. Good to have you here, Bodie. Svan, what do you think about how our soul sickness creeps into those different pieces of our soul complex?
I think we've kind of touched on it. You just touched on it a little bit too, about people that feel disconnected from their culture, people that feel disconnected from their families, or the people that feel disconnected from an overall longing or yearning towards a truth that they know is within them, and that nothing that's being laid out before them presents the key to attaining the confirmation of the truth that they feel inside, that they're contemplating it and they know it's there. And that's the mystery. I think that the gods don't see us as something that they toss at something to us to attain. In essence, the process of the soul, again, what we've been talking about, this attainment of the possibility of what you can be, is integral to the wellness and the wholeness of the soul. And so any of those components can be affected in what we refer to as the soul sickness. It is an ailment. It is when there is parts of us that are unwhole and that cause that dis-ease within us. It can take into the physical form when we, are taught to consume terrible foods, or that we imbibe in things over much, and we physically deter ourselves. It it is said that even cows know when to go home from feeding. It's nothing worse than when a man doesn't know his own limits. So we have sometimes there's this consumptive nature that I think affects the the physical body, and of the mind, or let's say the ego. The ego, that sickness oftentimes takes place in when a man or a woman doesn't understand their worth, and so or their worth has been attacked by malicious people. Oftentimes it could be family members, it could be friends or so-called friends, colleagues, and competition, and or people that just fundamentally disagree with you, and they try to attack your ego, and so there is this sense of not understanding your worth. And when you lose sight of your worth, then those attacks have that they have an effect. And so, about understanding your worth, if there is a soul sickness of the mind, most certainly I would say it's in the form of confusion, or in the form of conditioning, where we see something that innately goes against the moral constructs of our society, or of our culture, or of our family, or even just internally within ourselves, and we're conditioned to hide that, or to accept it, or then that starts that part of that soul sickness. In memory, when we lose contact of what we're of the way things were recorded or written down, or kept separate from. That's another. So each of the components can have a part of that. The soul, when it is taught to seek complete and utter um, observance, or I would say, like the slavery of the self, to without ever considering, it's like you must just drive the car into the horizon until it dies, and that's all you should be concerned with. And as long as you do that, you will be rewarded. That is, again, part of the sickness of the soul. The soul is something that we must cultivate. It's a garden. We have to tend to the wheels, we have to tend to all of the parts of the car, and it's not about just driving it, being slave to the motion of it, or the purpose of it. So when we don't get a chance to internalize correctly, and then externalize and implement our soul in the world, we start to get that sickness. And again, our hammer is oftentimes reflective of that. It's like the soul ego, again. And our haminya, when we do deeds that continually bring us into states where we're compromised by our integrity, or things of that nature. And life is complex, and so there's always kind of a sense of the way things are perceived and the way things that are done. But ultimately, one of the biggest soul sicknesses around haminya that I've noticed is that people have this detriment of doom, in which they feel like they have woven themselves so deeply that they cannot move them. That their will, their hamur, and their literal body and their ego is incapable of moving them out, or moving them away from that woven weird. That is a sickness too, because haminya, again, is a commodity that decreases and increases, which means if you feel or perceive that it is low, or that it is low just because of everything that's kind of happening, it can go up. And so one of the sicknesses of haminya is doubt, doubt in oneself, doubt in one's abilities to pull up and out of it. And your the sickness of the self, the proto self, is when we start to see people who are deeply confused. One of the big things about the filkya, and this is a sickness, again, we can relate to a lot of different things, but the filkya and the self are so component when we talk about numbers in Teutonic perception of the universe. When you talk about the self, the one, we are always, just like everything else in the world, made up of two. There is the animus and the anima. There is the male and the female. There is the polaric forces of up and down. There is dire and not. There is Suna and Mauni. All things have polaric balancing forces that keep the one centered. So if the one is centered, the two must be, and there's confusion that people have in this, and they lose sense of one side of their the polarities, and it spirals out. They become lost. They don't know who they are, what they are, or why they are, and so they have lost the components of their souls of a man seeing the polaric force of himself. If that's lost, if that's ruined or completely just disconnected from, they end up going down this road of delusion, and a dysphoria comes over their head, and so you can see it placing out in other parts of their soul, where that confusion, that sickness, is taken root, even down to the basic concepts of our existence as men and women in this world. We cease to function like the rest of divinity. There is no day and night anymore. It's all dawn and duskishness, and so it causes confusion. We need those polaric forces. We need the Vanaheim of life and the Jotunheim of resistance against life, so that it can grow and form. This takes place. It's fire, it's ice, and once you lose one of those, you can see the soul sickness is disillusion. So yeah, all of those components, various ways it enters in, and then it affects the individual soul in so many different ways.
All right, so Bodhi, it's not fair. You typed a little tiny question, and it necessitates huge answers from both of us. So I want to run this down. There'll obviously be overlap with stuff that Svan said. Soul sickness affecting leak. The body positive movement, the acceptance of almost a race to mediocrity that we see now, the way that society tries to not encourage you to be the best that you can be physically, but to try to tell us all it's okay to be suboptimal. Don't be ableist. Don't be, ugliest. No. All of the things that are natural to our soul push us to be strong and to be healthy, to be beautiful. And the things that glorify the ugly and the misshapen and the unhealthy literally are killing us. And they're feeding us stuff that's not true. And the fundamental reaction of our peers, of the opposite sex, of all the things that are real, we face those consequences. But society is telling us this constant message of, no, that's just ableism. No, that's just, fat shaming. Good. There should be some of that. Fix yourself. Come on. We should all be the best we should be. Doesn't mean I'm there yet, but it means I'm trying. And I hope everybody listening is trying. As far as the ek and the ego, our soul sickness cuts at that profoundly. We're filled with self-doubt. We're filled with, from our own soul sickness and from the society that we find ourselves in currently, we're filled with, questioning our worth, questioning our value, holding our head down, with being ashamed or afraid to speak proudly about who we are, about what we believe, about where we come from. And it's not just toxic, it's lethal. If we let what we have seen with the increase in young white males, specifically suicides, it's literally lethal to us. In terms of Huger, we have got so many more trivial, worthless things to focus our mind on. And I don't mean entertainment, I mean stresses of the world to worry about and to be obsessive about. Our soul sickness has allowed our economic structure to be one where both parties have to work and work very hard and work double shifts and focus on punching a clock or working an assembly line. All those things take away from our ability to focus the healer on those transcendent things, on bettering the self, on building for our folk. All of the stresses in our monetary system, the stresses in our, can I say this? Is this woke enough? Am I going to be canceled? What do I got to worry about here? Am I cool enough? Are these jeans trendy enough, or are they dad jeans? All those little things take away the potency of the healer on important things. The mini, our soul sickness has taught us to be ashamed of who we are and where we came from, because our ancestors just won too damn much. So we should feel bad for winning all the time. Every current trends would tell us that every one of our ancestors past our grandfather's generation was a horrible, hateful, bigot, racist, evil person. Every generation of our folk that have occupied Midgard since Ask and Embla are horrible bigots because they weren't woke enough until the last 2 generations, maybe 3 if you're really young. It's a lie. It's not true, but it's infected the soul of our folk in a profound way. Owned. Our current soul sickness has separated us from our gods, made our connection to divinity go through the Jewish god of the desert for generations, and now there's no connection with divinity at all. In the West, the biggest train of thought is atheism and a complete rejection of the divine and of the sacred. And that's been poisonous to us. Of our hammer, affecting our individual hammer, maybe, maybe not, but it's taken away so many of our abilities to see hammer, because culturally we're taught that only the things you can see with your eye are things that count. Any other perception is worthless or is silly or is nonsense and non-scientific. So we only see the world through a scientific lens, through a quantitative lens. And it restricts our ability to perceive hammer. As far as the soul, we're told through the atheist tenets of the world that our soul is finite. It's not really a thing. We just happen to be alive for reasons that we can't quantify. But it takes away the sacrality of our individual souls, and it makes us disposable. It makes us interchangeable. And it diminishes consequence if I were to remove your soul from Midgard, or you were to remove mine. Or if we're so depressed by all the other things they put on, if we were to remove our own souls from Midgard. And that's very dangerous, and we see that. As far as Hamenya goes, we're no longer taught to stand by our commitments or to stand by our word. Honor's no longer a thing. It's something silly or something archaic. So our people don't safeguard Hamenya. They don't treasure it. They don't store it up. They don't use it sparingly. They don't care about it. Because what does it matter? if there's no gods and there's no afterlife and there's no divinity and there's no soul, then we don't concentrate on building Hemenia. And when our Hemenia is measured, we're found wanting. To our Philgia, we're told to suppress that Philgia. We're told that the inclinations of man, and this has been told to our people for 1,000 years. The Abrahamists have taught us that the inclination of man's heart is upon evil from the day of his birth, that we're to separate ourselves from our deeper selves. You keep that hidden as best as possible, because all of those feelings, all of those subconscious things are literally the devil. We've been told that for a millennium. And now it's not so much that they're the devil, but that's just silly. That's just hocus pocus. Don't think about that. Don't acknowledge that. If you don't acknowledge it, then how could you ever hope to integrate it? If you don't acknowledge it, how could you ever hope to reach that woad self? That brings us to the last part, the woad self. The only self that our current soul sickness is taught to recognize is the leak, and we're supposed to degenerate that. All of those things that celebrate the woad self are degraded by the cult of ugly that society has celebrated. Beauty is an object of shame, but ugly and the gross and the obscene is celebrated. And in that case, when you encounter and you see and you perceive the woad body of someone, out of hand, you have to reject that because it's too toxic in its masculinity. It's too overwhelming in its, misogyny, or in its, any of these other nonsense woke garbage. But the soul sickness that we suffer almost fortifies us against becoming our woad self, or celebrating and acknowledging that woad self in others. One of the things, aside from this, that I think is unique is the Hindu or the Dharmic saying namaste. The idea of the divine in me recognizes the divine in you. The concept of your higher self seeing that within someone else is deliberately blocked by the soul sickness that we face. And this is, 20 minutes of me and Svan talking about negative stuff. It's precipitated by the question, because there's a lot of positive things tonight, and I don't want to get morose, but it was the question, and we went there because we had to, and it was a very good question. Our next question, I want to learn more about the Asatru Academy. I think that's a nice break, and I'll tell you a little bit about where we're at. So we're almost done with the very first year of the Asatru Academy. Now, our first year, we just had a kindergarten curriculum. Those kids have done really well. Those parents have stuck with it and done very well. They're very happy with the program that we've presented. And we've spent this time building on it. When I say we, Dean Rob Stam and his volunteers he has under him have spent so much time making this amazing thing for our children. The first year has gone wonderfully so far. And during the last school year, now we made a commitment that at the very least, we're going to follow these kids up to graduating class of, I think, 2035, to be there for them at each additional grade. So next year we'll have first grade. The year after that, we'll have second. We've surpassed that. In this fall, this very coming fall in 2023, we will enroll kindergartners through third graders. So that's huge, the work they've put in. This fall, we're going to take, like I said, 4 grades of our children. A couple of things about it. One of the big barriers we've seen towards homeschooling is uncertainty. Uncertainty, will this be legitimate for the state that we live in? Will it be compliant? Will this, is this going to count? Is this going to be good enough? Or are we going to run into problems? One of the biggest things that we've talked about in our homeschool, and that I've said from day one, is no, our job is to hold the hands of these parents to make sure that our curriculum is meeting the requirements of every state these parents find themselves in. And that's one of the benefits we get of having such a spread out membership, is we get to test this and learn from a variety of different states. We are very committed to being your partner in your child's education to help make sure that it meets the standard for the state that you live in, whatever that state might be, and a couple of provinces in Canada, it turns out. So we'll meet all of those things and make sure that it works, it's legit, it's good, and it'll benefit your children. So like I said, I'm looking forward to over the summer, we are enrolling kindergartners through 3rd graders. And I'm looking forward and exciting to when Aubrey is old enough to be in the AFA Academy. So I'm very personally committed to it. Next question. What exactly is Valhalla, hell, and the various afterlives? Are they literal places or are they symbolic? If symbolic, what do they symbolize? We're waiting on Svan for just a second. Something's going on with his video. That's fine. I'll go ahead and throw my 2 cents in first. So literal and corporeal are 2 separate things. Yes, they are real places. Absolutely. There are symbolic elements, and our understanding of the landscape of those places and the components of those places do bear into symbolism. The idea of Valhalla is one part of a bigger idea concept of us ascending, of us becoming more than we are, and going to a place where we regularly commune with the gods. Doesn't mean that we apotheos and become one of the big G gods of our folk, but we become something much more than we are, and we're selected to share the presence of our gods, to live with them, to dine with them, to celebrate with them, to enjoy in a more direct communion with them. Helheim, that idea of the shade stasis to a degree, afterlife world, where we're with our ancestors, but where activity is slowed way down, to where the frequency is much lower. But spending that time in stasis, in the womb that is the tomb, with our ancestors, you can see that symbolized that way. It's not a realm of torture or a miserable place. We see when Balder spends time in hell, he's celebrated and he's feasted and he's treated very well. But that realm with the ancestors in the mound is symbolized by our understanding of hell in its broad sense. But like I said, they're literal places. They may not be corporeal in the sense of you can't climb up the rainbow and go visit your buddy in Valhalla. It doesn't work that way. But you can ascend, possibly after life, if the gods find you worthy, you can ascend and find your soul with your friends in the halls of our gods, if you are so fortunate to earn that spot. What do you say, Svan?
Yeah, I knew this was going to happen, especially in relation to next with the next episode. I would say I'm gonna answer it more broadly in order to build anticipation for the next episode that
Go
we're gonna
leave them
cover.
wanting more.
Yes, we have a varied path. Remember, if just looking tonight at the soul and its complex, there is variable pathways of as the soul uh, breaks apart, there is inclinations or directions in which we place ourselves within the multitude of the cosmos. And when we speak of the halls, um, understanding how we get to those halls, why we get to those halls, and what those halls are is very important upon uh, our aspects of afterlife. Um, you know, the halls themselves are the gods themselves. They are the containment in which we are brought in. Our soul might is added in, much like our soul might is added to, say, the folk soul or the halls of our ancestors. Helgard too is it's two functioning in the sense that one, it's clear that Helgard or Helheim or just hell in general, and it's her synonymous with death and the act of dying and that which is of death, kind of correlates very similar to what I would say modern concepts of like a I'm not going to say she is the grim reaper. It's death. It's the end of all things. I oftentimes call it the hall of the calamities because as it is described as being the place in which the instigators of that which makes things end, the venom, the death, the shade, the timelessness, a lot of that. But when we're going to go into a lot of that and how all of that works as far as the soul, the ancestral folk soul, the processes of death, the ascension of the soul, the placements of things that of titles that we see the soul attain in the cycle of all things, including elevated to the gods or somewhere in between, and ancestral worship and how it plays in, and why the gods are a part of this process of ordering, um, literally from the top down. Um, but yeah, that's I just wanted to kind of sprinkle in a little bit of what we're going to be talking about next week. I wish I could answer that more, but
And you will.
yeah,
And you will. We will definitely hit that a lot 2 weeks from now. Next question: is a Gothi like a priest or something? No, a Gothi is not like a priest or something. A Gothi is, in fact, a priest.
yes,
Um, the female variant is a Githya. Collectively, we are known as Gothar. But yeah, we're literally priests of the Aesir. Next question: how important is using correct pronunciation when referring to the gods or other pagan terms? Um, so there's a lot of ways you can take that. How important is it that we are masters of Old Norse? Not important at all. Is it cool? Yeah, I think it's neat. Is it an act of devotion and an act of respect to try to do it well? Absolutely. Do you have to? No, of course not. If you're more comfortable anglicizing things or referring to things, to the best of your ability, absolutely. The gods, they hear your words, but they see into your heart as well. If you mean well, I don't think that they're out there judging you on your ability to pronounce Old Norse. And I think we're really benefited here to have Svan with us because he's a native Icelander. And it's said that modern Icelandic and Old Norse are mutually understandable. They are different, but it was, I think someone said if a Viking, found themselves in 2023 Reykjavik, they would understand what people are saying and people would understand what they were saying. Um, so yeah, I think it's kind of a neat way to connect with our ancestors and our past. And I always think it's a respectful thing with names. So if you find names in a foreign language and they introduce themselves, most of them we have ways to anglicize, and some people do it, but I always think it's more respectful to use the native pronunciation of their names. I work with guys. It's like when you interact with South Americans or Mexicans or things that way, and their name's Jose. You could call them Joe, and I suppose it works. And they may introduce themselves that way, but I think it's respectful to refer to them as Jose or Alejandro. You could call him Alexander, and you're not wrong. There's no crime against it, but I think it's a nice gesture to use their native names, and that's why it's important to me with the gods that in AFA literature we try to do that, because those are the first version of those names that we have recorded in our sacred lore. You don't need to refer to him as Odin with the TH sound and the two N's. And I'm sure if you talk to Odin gets what you're saying. But I do think it's nice, and it's an extra layer of devotion that we like to lay on. Certainly don't have to, but I think that's our motivation in trying to do it. What are your thoughts on it, Svan?
Yeah, I mean, in relations to the gods, no. It's more about understanding how information about the gods, perhaps in the English or the Anglosphere, came about. Knowing that when they were translating and bringing about a lot of this, they did it in German, they did it in English. They had to change certain things. They did change certain things. They took liberties where certain letters might not have existed in typing or text. And so they took the liberties of changing things or adding things or removing things. And understanding that the Icelandic or written as or Old Norse, seeing like the goddess Frigg and understanding that they anglicized it to Frigga, they added an A, or the Ausenjur, if we were to call them, the goddess is Ausenjur, which means goddess. That was not, that kind of stood in the way of a lot of the translations of things. So instead of trying to fully explain it or create a lexicon, a lot of the early writers just wrote down the equivalency. But Idun, the Ausenjur Idun, it was often written down simply as Iduna. And there is that evolution coming from the Norse into the Anglosphere. Then there is the disconnection between the Anglo language and modern English that's also caused a lot of confusion. If we were, to speak of Woden amongst the Anglo-Saxons, but not all of the lore from the Norse. It's much more fragmented from the Germans and the English. So going back to the Norse is important in the sense that it is the most complete lexicon. And then out of respect and also urging people to learn it because it helps you with determining translation. If you just take translation on its face value, you're denying yourself the ability to perceive nuances about the god that you could gain by simply just taking a little time to learn some rules. And even if it was just the base of opening up an old Norse dictionary or language like rules, and knowing like what some of the what odd letters that would be odd to us, the rules that apply to them, and what the sound would be. And it causes confusion, especially like I noticed amongst, I never placed a heavy emphasis on it, but even amongst like the Ausenjur, there are two Ausenjur, it's spelled VOR and VAR, and it would look like Vor and Var, but the pronunciation is actually extremely different because the letters It's actually var and vaur. And so knowing those rules helps you to better pronounce, because it also helps you to better understand the meaning in the name. Why Odin, um, we talk about like somewhere along as linguistics changed, V's were added in where W's were. The V sound kind of overtook the W. Sometimes it was completely dropped. So, like the English and the Germans say Woden and Wotan, but the Norse say Odin, is because of that drop. And it does go forward. I know that some people, like in Sweden, when they speak of Thor, or in Iceland, it's Thor. Thor is called Tor. It's like a Tor. It's almost like a mash of the two. So it's an interesting exercise, but it's by no means something that I think you should have as a hurdle. It's just something that you learn and help with your learning of the translations of the stories as you go along, but not about relationship to the gods.
So pronunciation, it's not important. Obviously, we don't want to sound silly, but what is very important is etymology, understanding the names, understanding the terms, not just what they mean in modern English, but what their root is very important. And I think that's essential. And we strive really hard to do that. And that adds so much to our understanding of our lore, is understanding the etymology of names specifically.
And also understanding through translations, even of the Old Norse, sometimes they were dealing with, as they were writing things down, they knew how to say the word, but didn't know the correct vowel to use. So sometimes something might be written as like Solken, and then elsewhere it might be written as Psychen, and that has a difference on its meaning. So understanding those things does help you. But as far as if you call Odin, it's okay. And seek to build the relationship first. The language comes later, and it's more about each other. It's about us. And of course, the church tries to hold to the most complete lexicon. And that testament of speaking Old Norse or using the Old Norse names and working on the pronunciations is, again, more or less beckoning you to just spurn you on to investigate and look further in to the understandings of the etymology and the sounds.
Our next question, speaking of donations, I was speaking of that like 2.5 hours ago. Is it a thing that if you donate a certain amount towards a HOF, you get your name on a plaque there? If so, what was the donation amount? Absolutely, it is a thing. And the donation amount is $500. Doesn't have to be all at once. It can also be collectively. But yeah, we have a donation plaque, like a plaque for donors in each of our HOFs. And that's the amount that gets your name up there. And the follow-up question, can supporters who don't qualify for membership get their names placed on the plaque? Absolutely. We appreciate any donations for that. We understand that, maybe that'll come from people that are not of our folk or not of our faith. And we really appreciate those donations and that support. We appreciate anybody that wants to give towards what we're doing. What happens at the Elsie Christensen celebration? Well, I am fortunate. I have been to the first two, and I'm going to go to the third one. It's a national event, basically like any other AFA event. You go and you spend part of the day Friday, sometimes the whole day Friday, the whole day Saturday, and then part of the day Sunday with your folk. We camp at that site. It has cabins and things. Share meals. There will be presentations. There will be bloats. There's probably a bloat that's going to honor Elsie herself. There's a bloat. Typically, I'll lead an Odin bloat. There'll be discussions about the folk mother. And throughout we'll set up an altar in the main area, and make offerings and do our observances at the altar and say different things and learn different things about the life of the folk mother and celebrate her and keep her in our minds while we're there. And it's a good chance for our folk in that area, specifically in Wisconsin, but we get a lot of people from surrounding states to go and spend time celebrating with our folk. So it's themed about the folk mother, but there's a lot of other things that go on. And like I say, it's about a 2.5, 3 day event and should be a really nice time. The first two have been fantastic. I'm looking forward to this one. It's hosted by two folk builders, James and his wife, Sarah Alt. And they host an amazing event. I'll tell you what, they do really well as far as any singular, person or group. They host the best event as far as their logistics. The food situation is on point. They take really good care of you. And they have a lot of personal devotion to the folk mother. So it's a special time, and I'm looking forward to it. Christian folk belief says that a ghost is a trapped soul. Can a part of the soul complex actually get trapped in Midgard? And can any part ever be destroyed? Svan, what say you?
Well, we kind of talked about this, and I know this is probably from a long time ago, question asked. When we talked about the Hammer, a lot of the interactions that we think of with the Geist or the ghost is oftentimes the Hammer, the residual soul complex, or the imprint of that soul left on an area at a level that is not quite material. It's in between the material and the visual spectrum or the audible spectrum sometimes. As far as getting trapped, that's an interesting one. And I want to give a conclusive answer, but I don't think that's necessarily capable. When we talk about the souls of the lost, I can think of no other truly poetically sad moment to think of when there's the possibility that the soul is unable to pass on completely. When we are talking about the soul and that the I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to attempt again. No, it's not going to work at all. Oh, wait, a little bit. You see here when I'm, there it is. So the soul is much like a cup, and all of the components of the soul, as we pass away, fall into that cup or that containment, and the possibility that the soul does not pass through, I think it's extremely rare, but the to say conclusively that it doesn't happen, I mean, we're talking about the processes of death, and again, this is going into next episode, but the debate is I was actually just reading a story about a miner in West Virginia that sees a miner with an old uniform in the mine with him for a brief moment. And it saddens me to think that perhaps that the soul is lost, if you will. I would like to believe that that's the Hammer still imprinting, as I do believe that is the case, but for it to be in its entirety lost or disconnected from the folk soul and unable to pass the bridge and go through the veil, I mean, perhaps only the gods know the full extent of that question. I would hope not. As far as destruction of the soul, I do not believe that there are. For instance, obviously, when we pass, the leak is changed. It ceases to be itself, but much of the soul, like that, does change or encapsulate, fall into the soul. And the Haminya is again dispersive. It can spread, it can contain, it moves about. So the mobility of certain parts of the soul, and of course the body itself transforming into a state that's no longer capable of holding the soul, is all part of, that the destruction of its purpose is now different, so therefore it is kind of destroyed. But the soul itself, the ond and the hammer, in a way, even though that can still, I believe that goes with the soul. Pieces of it may imprint in the area, but it never truly just goes away. But most certainly the soul and the ond are eternal and pass.
So the premise of the question is that Christian lore has taught us that ghosts are trapped souls. I'm not sure that's the case. I know that in the Christian era that's talked about, but I don't know if that's just limited to a Christian conception of the soul. With ghosts, from a lot of different traditions, there's an idea that there's a soul that can't pass properly or that is trapped in some way. I don't feel qualified to say that that can't happen. I think that that happens more when things are conflicted. I think the closer that our soul components are working in conjunction with one another, the less likely a soul is to linger in a trapped or a disturbed state. One of the things that I think is tragic about ghosts, and I've thought this since I was a kid, I've thought this since before I was involved in Asatru. If a ghost is a person who's passed on and it's some part of that person, why would they always be scary and mean and bad? And I think when we deal with spirits in the world, one of the fundamentals is how you come at them. And I know that there's people in pagan circles and in our circle that are very big on protection. They, cast protection spells, they ward an area for protection. They're very worried about non-physical things affecting them harshly. And I'm not saying that there's nothing to that, but it's always been, if I wouldn't approach another person in life that I'm necessarily terrified of them, why would I do that to their soul or that same person after they've passed? And I've found a lot of peace in that when you approach the spirit world or ghosts or whatever you interact with as if they're a person that you are dealing with, because fundamentally I believe that they are, or certainly a portion of that. Why are you afraid? Why are you hostile or angry? Especially when you are dealing with the most component base parts of a person. You see this when you deal with animals. If your immediate response to their presence is terror or anger or defensiveness, that's the best way to get attacked because it's threatening unnecessarily. I have always, since I was a child, and I believe this very much today, approached ghosts and the idea of ghosts. Be friendly. Reach out to them. Say hi. Let them know you're there. Let them know you hear them. And see what they have to say. I don't think that a portion of a person's spirit that exists as a ghost is necessarily evil or hostile or ought be terrifying. I know other people may disagree with me on that, and just like approaching people in the mall, you're gonna choose how you do that and how not. And I don't think there's one right answer. But I know when I go up with somebody, even if I'm concerned about it, my best bet is to be relaxed and to engage them with respect and with kindness until I have a good reason to do otherwise. And that's what I say. And then to the bigger part of I guess, not bigger, but to the other part of the question, can the soul be destroyed, or can elements of it be destroyed? Destroyed in don't exist anymore? No, but dissolved into their component pieces are recycled into something different. I do believe that in extreme cases. And I think that's when we see the venomous snakes in Nostrand. The what is it? The beach of corpses. When our lore talks about that extreme level of the afterlife where really disreputable bad people go, you see the motif of venom. And one of the things about venom, alchemically in our tradition of the esoteric tradition of our folk, is it dissolves. And so I do think that when really, really terrible people are judged unwanted by the gods and by their ancestors, that soul, aside from the regular parts that pass away with death, like the leak, I think that soul, the entirety of it, gets dissolved, and that energy, that those pieces go back into the collective so that they can be used again for better purpose. If that makes sense. And I hope it does, and we'll go into that a little bit more detail in a couple of weeks. Next question. Gentlemen, great stream as usual. Deep topic. Can I get the sources of all this soul-related info? Books, authors, please, thank you. So I've been trying to figure this out, and I could have sworn it's in Rune Lore, but it might be in Futhark by Rune Lore by Edred Thorson. And Alsheri-Gothi McNally, or Stephen goes into this in Asatru, A Native European Spirituality. He is very much, he was part of that development with Edred back in the day. He's very much from that school, and he reiterates those different pieces, but in his own voice in his book as well. And some of this is Witan Svan and myself's extrapolations and expanding upon those works. But those two sources are the key sources. So that's Rune Lore by Edred Thorson and Asatru, A Native European Spirituality by Stephen McNally. Is there anything written about the soul in books from history from pagan times or after paganism? From times that books like the Eddas were written during? So I want to answer your question, but I also want to address the premise. There are absolutely books written on this in pagan times by pagans. Those are the two books that I just mentioned, Rune Lore and Asatru, A Native European Spirituality. We are currently living in pagan times, and these things are just as authentic from people that live now as they were from people who happened to live in the Viking Age or before. We are just as entitled to practice and to develop Asatru as our most ancient ancestors are. So yeah, there's that. As far as information about our soul from arc archevan times, not that I can think of. A lot of this is extrapolated from a lot of different sources, but one that's relevant, and this is a kind of a sidetrack, but I think that Witan Svan might know exactly what I'm talking about. Where was it when they sent somebody's hammer to scout Iceland, and there was the different land spirits personified by Iceland that it encountered? And I
Yeah,
think we're even on the Icelandic seal.
Yeah, Olaf Tryggvason's saga. Yeah.
I can always count on Svan not to let me down on the lore stuff. That's awesome. Yeah, that one's really kind of interesting, and it talks about some of this a little bit. There's also, is that the same saga they talk about the guy's hammer that went out as like a walrus and
I
got
want to say that's in Eric's saga, or it might be when we're talking about in Greenland with Leifur Eriksson.
there's some of these things that honestly, if you'll forgive me, some of these things kind of become, they blend together, especially some of the saga work, because these aren't like the focus of the sagas. They're just little instances in them that are spoken about. But yeah, that's best I've got on it. Svan, are you aware of any ancient materials that add to this discussion?
The best way you can really look at this is it's kind of, again, scattered throughout. So there's mentionings of certain things. And first and foremost, it's worth also noting that most of that which was written down was 150, 200, sometimes 300 years after the conversion of Iceland, which is used as a benchmark. It doesn't necessarily mean there's just a hard cutoff and all of a sudden everyone's not of the native faith anymore. But there's definitely a stringing out from there. But the stories were still passed on because they were very important. So there's little mentions of, like in the sagas of the Icelanders, when Egil Skallagrimsson mentions about the death of his son, and he makes a remark about the she's not quite an Austenjur. But she is noted for her position in the cosmos of what she is responsible for, which is death, and he laments her for taking away his son. Again, there's mentions of barrow mounds and burials and burnings and pyres and things like that. So it's very scattered. The best pathway, I would say, is to look at some books that are of our century that compile most of these up so that they can be brought to review by you, the reader. And there's really two books that come to mind. It's Myths and Symbols of Pagan Europe by Davidson. And then there is The Road to Hell. Let me see. And when you look it up, you get a couple of odd searches, but the big one, again, by Davidson, The Study and the Conception of the Dead in Old Norse Literature. Those two, I think, are really good to get an idea of the Teutonic Aryan branches, iterations of death as we have evolved as a people. Because remember, too, death, as far as the way we deal with it, as far as the way we handle certain things, like our ancestors went through phases where they were able to bury the dead in mounds. And then other times during migration periods, they would burn the dead. So there's evolutions of things that even now we're doing where we're moving from burials to cremations to now, I mean, they're getting with the trees, the tree encapsulation of the dead. Again, those are all part of I would say, an organic evolution of the necessities of the way we deal with death. But when we talk about ascension and descension, when we talk about how the gods view us, see us, mark us based on our deeds, and how our ancestors also view us and mark us for entry into the folk soul beyond the veil, that's all really poignant in those books about these fragments just being kind of placed into the story, giving you a glimpse, a window into the views of our ancestors in relation to death, and the inner workings of it. I mean, that's how we know that. Say, for instance, Snorri Sturluson, who wrote and compiled, did add in a lot of his views about classical literature from Greece and from Rome, but he also added in some of his inflections about Christianity, especially in regards to the underworld, and especially with the usage of the name of Hell herself, of course, that being utilized in the German or Germanic translations of the Bible. It's like they use Hades for the Latin and the Greek. They took those names, and that, by the time he was writing that had a lot of connotations to it. I think that it's oftentimes blamed too much because, again, there is mention of venom, and venom has a place within our cosmology as in purpose. So a lot of people try to say, oh, he was just Christianizing it, and they don't realize that there is heavy moral implications in what we do in our faith, that we have, a checks and balances, if you will, based on our deeds and where we go. But that would be the best bet. Find those two books and look at the compilations of the views of death, both in everything down to the old practices of sacrifice, even of prisoners, of war, of animals, of what a bloat is, or what it was in elder times, and how it evolved, how they went from sacred butchering to the gifting of weapons and the gifting of bread and the gifting of mead, and all of that were part of the bloat or the giving process to the gods. A lot of that will help you contextualize to the concepts of death in our religion.
Europa, the last battle. Hail Svan's clock. Stop it. He's very self-conscious about the noise of his clock. He was asking about that before we went on the air. Not a big deal. Your clock's awesome. Don't listen to the haters. Also, Bodie over in the chat talking about how the hammer was a whale that went out scouting to Iceland. I am very fortunate because I am able to surround myself with some of the very best people. Witan Svan is a good friend of mine. Bodie is a great friend of mine as well. Two of my closest friends. And you guys got my back on the lore. I appreciate that.
When you mentioned that too about the spirits of the land, I wanted to bring up a point, just one thing. When he goes around Iceland and he sees a Jotun or a spirit of the mountain, and he sees a dragon, and he sees an eagle, and he sees a Jotun that's taken the shape of an oxen. It's worth noting when you brought up about ghosts, if we were specifically talking about ghosts, there are in our lore, again, the basis of this is different amongst a lot of people in the faith. When we talk about like malicious spirits, like what would be like a poltergeist in German, or a troll, or a troll witch or wife, those things, this kind of some of the spookier stuff, that when we get into that is not a ghost. That's why I think approaching the ancestors, or if there is someone who's trapped, yes, stepping forward with good intentions is key. that's important, and differentiating between most oftentimes I think people and their souls, when they are in their hammer form, or if they're a ghost of haunting, oftentimes it is about wanting to be heard, recognized, or guided in the direction they need to go.
All right. What relationship, if any, do the ash and elm trees have to owned? Svan.
Well, the ash and elm, ask an embla, and again, the etymology of emblas is argued, but generally it is the elm, and I believe it is such. They are the receptacles of Ond, the first. Now, it's important to note that when I talked about how in order for something to be complete, it must be balanced in its polarities. In all of our lore, it's always shown. So humanity, when the gods come down and shape Ask and Ambla, the masculine, feminine, is present there for a reason, to create the perfect balance. It is not out of balance. And they are the receivers of Ond. And so they are the first of the folk that receive the gifts of the gods, that ultimately connect Odin and all of the gods by weird to us, or to them. And so that part descends and continues on. It was the act that connected us forever. But there are other acts that have also woven our weird when in other stories of our gods, and the way they connect to the shaping of us as a people. So,
Europa, I appreciate your honesty, keeping it real. Clock and blurry 360p camera are full-time members of VNS.
yes.
That's fine. We go old school. Keep it real and gritty.
I know, I'm like a grainy.
Like 70s movies.
I know.
All right. Next question. Well, I suppose I don't have a lot to add to that other than what I said earlier. There's a profound act in taking an existing thing and imbuing it with a divine spark. And some of our people in the past, especially in Prison Asatru, have waxed grandiose and act as though the gods are within them and they're apotheosing to godhood and whatever else. I don't believe in the big truth of that, but I believe in the little truth of that. Just as I said Haminya earlier, and luck is something that you can spend, something that you can give, a finite quantity that can circulate. Odin has Haminya and luck. He has a well of divinity that he can spend. And he spent a little piece of that in each of us that animates us into beings that share in essence with the gods. First, that is the initiation of the gift cycle that we engage in through our worship. He imbued in us at that moment a sacred gift that initiated that cycle. But also it's finite. It's not just some random thing he did. He chose to break off a piece of divinity from his well of it and give that to us. And that means a lot. Also, here you go with you, Stephen, our founder, has always said that we share an essence with the gods, whereas they may be a rushing waterfall of that essence. Maybe we're the drip from a leaky faucet of it. It's the same essence, just magnified exponentially in scale. And that's very special and it's beautiful. And I don't know if that really touches the question, but I do think it's worth saying. And then Nick asks a cheeky question. Would my soul be different in Seoul, as in the capital of Korea? If you found yourself in Seoul, no, it would not. Were you a Korean man, your soul would be extremely different, I would imagine. You would have to consult the sacred Korean elders on that. I am not familiar with their soul complex, as it were.
I've been there quite a few times, though. It's a beautiful city.
There you go. Svan knows what's up, and he knows what dog tastes like.
That was a different country, but yes.
They're okay. It's true nonetheless. I'm saying we express truths here, sometimes transcendent truths.
Tiny little place called East Timor.
There's a tiny little place called Asawan in Anchorage, Alaska, where I think I've consumed some dog too. They raided the freezers, and there was a lot of domestic pet animals in those freezers, and it got shut down. But I digress. Our next question, do we think that each individual builds up? It's funny because I'm on a time delay, so I watch Svan visibly crack up like seconds later. Do we think that each individual builds up their own soul? It creates an exponential... Do we think that as each individual builds up their own soul, it creates an exponential ripple into the folk soul? That would explain the recent resurgence of focus on traditional living amongst our folk. Yes, I absolutely think that that is true. And I'll ask Svan here for his take in a second, but I want to mention this. There are currents within that folk soul that display themselves in very literally weird ways. On a really small scale, I'm ridiculous, and I look at our membership database way more often than I should during the course of a day to see if we get new members in. And it ebbs and it flows. We'll go days without a new applicant. And then all of a sudden, like 5 will come in. And I look, as part of my responsibility is running the AFA, I try to look at, well, what caused that? What did we do that worked? What didn't? How are we reaching people? I look at those things, and there's no commonality that I can see. They're different people of different ages from different parts of the world, different genders, sometimes just completely unconnected, but they come in waves. The folk soul works like that. We saw within like a year period in 1968, Asatru reawaken here and in Canada and in Iceland. Before the internet, before any of these people were talking, we see these waves to where our folk soul reemerges very strong through these folk heroes that we have. And different places in the world, completely unconnected with one another, other than through that folk soul. So there's really special currents that run through that. What are your thoughts, Svan?
I mean, it's funny when we talk about the spirit of an age versus the folk soul and how could they be different and how could they be the same? Some people arguing that it is the same or it's the spiritual version, and then there is the philosophical or intellectual version. But yes, absolutely believe, Sterling, that is the case. Because again, the gravity, the older self has the mass gravity, but each of those points can have pinnacle gravity in and of themselves. If someone in a moment in their life masters their leak, and they expound upon it, testing themselves to the ultimate limit, building their body up, and it inspires others to do the same. That has gravity that can pull in a direction. So every aspect of the soul and the deeds that we do can have an effect, especially in the living folk soul now. And yeah, those ripples, like for instance, the traditional living, I think that's an intellectual or a Hewwood aspect of gravity that's pulling from people's souls, because they're starting to really think about how they live, how they consume food, how they can build for themselves while simultaneously going against some of the problems that they see in society. And then others start to intellectually ponder if they can do it, and then that manifests into action. So yeah, absolutely.
Next question. Hammer is like the astral body. Yes. I don't know what more to add to that other than yes. What do you say, Svan?
Yes, when we talk about that projection, it's as far as shape goes, though, it's referred oftentimes as being able to be malleable based on the will or the desire of that. But sometimes I think it also again happens accidentally. I've mentioned it before, and I was going to hold until next episode, but I will say there is a case of that with my family having an encounter with someone who saw the room when one of my family members was near death, and he was in Iceland, and he described the room to my mother in great detail, and then said that that my sibling would be okay and would pull through, and she had no idea if this person was just making things up or what have you, but he certainly was sure of himself 100%. And that was told to me when I was very, very young. So personal experience from that, yes.
So it's part of the side chat, and I don't know if Nick's going to throw it up over here because it may not be worth it, but it's part of an ongoing conversation. Svan, how was dog? And does dog taste like chicken?
See, I haven't been scrolling on the chat because part of the thing I was trying to fix the camera was distance and focus and all. So I'm
That's
like
okay. I got your 6. We're good.
yeah. So but now we're catching some of these. I didn't know I was eating that, and the culinary practices of those people are quite barbaric. They full body on the fire, burn off the hair, and then clean the carcass and pretty much just eat like that. It was
That sounds awesome. I've had hog that way. I've never had dog or cat that way that I know
do
of.
not recommend.
All right. So does it taste like chicken?
No.
So here's the thing. I don't know what games they're playing at the Chinese restaurants. I think that I've probably consumed a lot of cat and dog that I don't know about. But it all tasted like the thing it was supposed to taste like. Really like Chinese food, but I say that with a big asterisk. I don't like Chinese food. I like candied meat. That's American Chinese food. One time I made the mistake. I was in San Francisco. Mandy and I lived when we first moved from Florida out west because we only had one Hoff at the time. So we were trying to get as close as we could to Odin's Hoff. We ended up in Santa Rosa, California. And we went in to pick someone up from the airport or do something at the airport in San Francisco. And we were in an authentic Chinese restaurant we were the only English speakers. Everyone else in there was Chinese, and we ate some authentic Chinese food. Not a big fan, but when you get the super candied meats Chinese food that you get at the takey outy down the way, big fan of that. But no, any of that's tasted like it's supposed to be. I think that, I don't know dog and cat whether it ends up being white meat or not. I think that's what makes the difference on whether it tastes like chicken.
I, I had sturgeon in Hong Kong, and the Chinese food there was very, very different, even by itself being in Hong Kong. But I did not know that it was dog. I was aware of the cooking process after I had already eaten said piece that was like on a stick.
Yeah, don't
And
look in the kitchen. If you like it, you just keep on about your merry way. It's best for man to be middling wise, says the old proverb.
exactly, exactly. I've been an adventurous eater all over the world. I mean, I've eaten sea cucumbers off the coast of Korea that are still
Ooh,
almost they're still alive when they cut them open, and then they chop them up and you eat them. And so I
how
mean,
was that?
I'm well, it's in its death throes while you're eating.
That's
Which is
malicious.
very
I don't know.
bad.
There's something to that. Um,
I'm not squeamish about eating stuff, but
so random side note, nothing to do with the soul complex or anything important that we're talking about, but ptarmigan. So hunting small game and birds and things. Ptarmigan up in Alaska is a state bird. It's very much like a grouse or a spruce hen, but I really like it. And what's different is it's red meat, like the breast meat and stuff is
right.
red. It's much more like eating a rabbit than it is eating a grouse. So I recommend ptarmigan. They're awesome. They're also really stupid. So I'm not the amazing shot. So where other people are shooting with a 22 or a 410, I hunt small game with 12 gauge. And I remember I got 4 ptarmigan with one shot one time because you go up north past the Arctic Circle and there'll be a field of them and they're not used to people or whatever else and they're not very smart animals. So you can just go to town and the bag limit's pretty hefty. And we fried up a bunch of ptarmigan breasts and they were delicious. I'll tell you what. I miss that. No, you say that. You'd think with a 12 gauge that you're prying out a lot of pellets and stuff. You're not. You aim a little bit high, you can clip, 4 of them in the head. It's all good. Not really good. No, but they're red meat. They're delicious. Um, so, next question. It's a common phenomenon on the internet that people share the moment they became conscious. Man, I saw this question hours ago when it came through. All right. So that people point out the moment they became conscious and realized that they were a whole human being, and so were others. What is your take on that? Now, I think this is similar to the NPC phenomenon. And like when you have that spark of there's something more than the matrix that modern world all puts us in. I hope that's what you're talking about. I may just be booming on that and not really know, but if that's what you guys are saying, yes. And this is something I've talked about on the show a lot. The coolest thing being a Gothi is when Asatru becomes real to someone. And you have people, it can be years that they join the AFA, they call themselves Asatru, they want to believe in the gods. They're extending themselves in good faith to the gods. They think they believe in the gods. But there's this moment when all of a sudden their eyes get big, get as big as saucers, and something happens. Oh, wow, we are in the presence of the gods. And it's so special when you see it happen. It's not every day, but maybe once every couple of years, you see that in someone's eyes when you perform a bloat. And it's beautiful and it is it is profound confirmation that you're doing something right. It's not all you, it's them, it's the gods, but you're being that bridge. At that moment, you're facilitating our gods and one of our people coming together. And it's a really special thing. I think that's the closest to answering your question. And I'm not aware of this internet phenomenon. I don't see this everywhere. I don't know where you're at. You kids today, I realize that, every couple of days, I realize how old I am. I don't feel like it. Man, I tell you what, I feel like I'm 20 years old. And
You referenced the Sega game on a stand-up at an arcade. And
no, I played
I'm
it in my
older.
friend's mom's house. I played it in Aaron Besch's house in 5th grade. But yeah, that's the closest thing to your question that I'm aware of. But it's, I think, a really important part about it is once you see that, you can't go back. Once you venture outside of your mundane self and you see the other and you see the spiritual and you connect with the divine, you can't unsee it. You can try to, you can fake it, but once you know, you can't unknow. And jokingly, like the stupid thing I said to Svan a few minutes ago, but it's best to be middling wise about eating dog. Realistically, though, that's the thing about being middling wise. Once you know something beyond, you don't have the luxury anymore of ignoring it. And you also don't have the moral excuse of you didn't know. If you go through your life and you're just a lame and you go through and you don't know anything and you don't try hard and whatever, at least you can kind of like, well, I didn't know there's anything more. Once you transcend that existence and you touch the other, if you go back, that's on you. If you go back, you have the responsibility of knowing and choosing to stay the same and to not level up. And if you do that, you're responsible for that choice. And I don't know if that's what was asked by the question, but I think it's really important. And to go on with the idea that it's a common internet phenomenon, something kids say, once you take the red pill and you see beyond the matrix, you can't unsee that. So it's an important choice. If you choose to ignore it and keep doing what you're doing, you can keep going. But once you know better, then you bear a heavy burden for that knowledge. What do you got to say about that, Svan?
I'm not familiar with the trend. I do think that when someone's hue is opened, it's about perception. Once they become aware of it and understand the perception of it and they can wrap their head around it, if you will, and then the empathy that follows when you when you see your children developing into full little humans that you realize they come into being before your eyes. Yeah, it is a sweet revelation that flows over you. But I think that's the Hewer's control of perception and intellect, and I think a lot of people are closed off. And I could say negative things, but the biggest thing I would say is a lot of times people are just not perceptive of things because they have to close things out in order to do certain things in their life. But when they slow down or take a moment or catch a moment and it opens up that intellect for them to fully grasp it, it's a tidal wave sometimes.
So over in the chat,
Uh-oh.
Allie's throwing at me that that I am literally her parents' age. I could literally be her dad. You know what? That has struck me a few times with people. Um, I'm really fortunate in my life in so many ways. One of those, I was thinking about that. Mandy and myself, we're both turning 42 this year. I've got friends that I consider my friends, that I hang out with, friends that are in their 70s, that are my parents' age, or my father's age, rather, um, and friends that are in their 20s. And it's time is a strange thing that way. Some of my very best friends are literally in their 60s and 70s. And some of my very best friends who I feel like I'm a peer with are also in their 20s. And that big of a spread, I think, is a blessing. You know, the joke over on the side chat is that it's rubbing salt in it or whatnot. You know
I
what?
gotta see this.
You know what? It's really not. If I had lived a different life, maybe it would be. I am so I am so blessed and so proud of the situation that I'm in right now. And I say that I've got a mountain of regrets about my life. Don't get me wrong. But where I've come and so much of my adult life that's been involved in the Asatru Folk Assembly, the more I've been involved with this that we're all doing together, the more everything has just come into place. When I talk about my AFA family, I love you guys. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart about this being my family. When I see people that I genuinely like and care about that view me as a father figure or as their parents' generation, it doesn't rub salt into anything. I think it's beautiful. And I'm really proud of that. And yeah, it's really special. So I don't worry about that. I see another comment. My beard is actually turning gray. So you can see that I'm clean shaven now, and I was not a couple of months ago. I grow my winter beard from equinox to equinox. So when we hit, whatever it is this year, I think 21st of September, I'm gonna start growing my beard, and I'm gonna grow it, and I keep it trimmed so it doesn't get crazy. But I'm gonna grow it and have my beard until 20th of March or whatnot. Every year I look forward to it because I get to see the progression of gray. My hair isn't going gray yet, but right here at the top of my sideburns, it starts getting a little bit of gray. And every year I look forward to kind of seeing how the grays progressed in my beard. So hashtag aging stuff. Um, King of Cheese, who left us a little while ago and went to bed because he got tired of listening to us.
Yeah.
I remember when he asked this question a couple of hours ago, at least. Matt Svan, good to see you both tonight. Aside from squealing children, and she's been in bed for almost 2 hours now. How are you all doing tonight? Tony, if you listen to this later, or if you don't, same answer most weeks. I am doing fantastic. I'm excited about this subject tonight. I think we're covering a really important thing. I think that Svan is able to clarify this so much to a lot of people that are very curious. We've had great questions and great interaction on the side. I'm living the dream, Tony. I am a happy guy, and I know I say it every week. You don't have to believe me if you don't want, but it's the truth. I'm doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well as well. Whenever you listen to this, I always hope you're doing good, Tony. And this is what I really hope, Tony, if you're listening to this. I know you're close enough. I want to see you up at Elsie Fest. You can make it to Elsie Fest. People can drive you. It can happen. Tony, I challenge you. Be at Elsie Fest. I want to meet you. I want to give you a hug, and I want to actually meet you in person. Let's make that happen. How are you doing tonight, Svan?
Oh, I'm doing great. Had a great day, and I'm happy. I always get kind of invigorated right around, and Merry Moon is coming up tomorrow. It'll be full on, and we're entering into the May month and getting ready to do the maypole and all of that stuff. Is just it's that time of year where it's exciting. Everything's popping off. You planting in the gardens and doing work and meeting people that are traveling and getting ready for summertime. It's
not here. I woke up to a yard full of snow this morning. I tell you what, winter has northern Nevada in its grips this year. Keeps hanging on. We were in the 80s last week, and then boom, last 2 days I woke up to my yard covered in snow. Melts quick, but it's a thing. Hey, on the note of that, Tony asks that question every single week. We've got some of you guys that are here literally every week with us. Thank you so much. I love this. I didn't know how it all was going to turn out. I just knew that I really liked talking about Asatru, and I like talking to my AFA family and the rest of you guys. I really appreciate all of you that come here with your questions every week. You keep the chat room alive and going. Really appreciate you guys. And I want you to know that your continued support of this, it means a lot. Thank you. So here's a good question. What are some simple things to build your Humming credit score? I appreciate the humor in the question, but it's a good one. Everything. See, that's the thing. We have a tendency to focus on regret or focus on things we wish to undo. Unfortunately, you can't. That's in there and it exists. Your only hope is to outweigh it with worthy action, with honor, and with deed that up that Humming more than you've heard it with, doing stupid things. Anything, honestly, just living right ups it. But I'd say acts of courage up it more than other things. Courage when there's risk, courage when there's consequence, ups it a lot. Doing things that there's actual risk or actual consequence to. And I don't mean being reckless. That's not what I'm saying at all. But conquering your fear to do things that you know are right, those are the things that I think boost your Humming the most, perhaps, in a personal way. Now, there's a lot of things you can do to advance spiritually, and I think that bloat and ritual and the gift cycle is part of that. But to boost your own Humming credit score, which is what you asked, I think that doing the right thing when there's consequence or there's risk. This sounds self-serving, but I mean it. Donations. Donating to any of the causes that we're raising money for. There's a literal cost. You're literally putting your money where your mouth is. Taking a stand and publicly being a proud member of the AFA puts you in a spot where you could receive sanction or bad things, but also to where you are visibly representing us and making it easier for those behind you to stand up for us. I think that increases your Humming. Standing up and speaking truth and being who you are in a social context to where that's not accepted or that's not the norm. Again, you face ridicule possibly, but you're being righteous in doing that. anything that's honestly, and I did this earlier, my little thing with my ring, I'm not, knuckles or whatever. It's the ring rhytho, which is the ring of our priesthood. It's about the right actions at the right time. So every time you know the right thing to do and you're scared to do it because there's a consequence, or you might make somebody mad, or you might whatever, doing those things that you know are right, regardless of the concerns that you have in the aftermath, those are the things that boost that Hemingway score, in my belief. What do you say, Svan?
Well, by the nature of asking the question, this is a huddle moment. This is a bring it in, gentlemen, kind of moment. But for yourself, I think if you're asking this question about how you can build up your Hemingway, the first thing to do is assess the situation. Look at the mantles in which you're bearing. If you're a brother, if you're a father, if you're an employer or an employee, if you're dedicated to something, assess the mantles that you wear and look at them. And first off, find the ones that you can commit to, the ones that you or that you're dedicated and oath bound to, and start by building and acting nobly and worthy of those mantles. Take the time to look at those mantles and find the ones that you can activate on immediately. There's other ones that you might have that are kind of gray, and if they're not really there, it's even is the right action would be to clarify, either re-solidify those mantles or get rid of them and focus on the ones you do have, because we get scattered a lot. And I think the economy of movement is what I'm talking about. If you're trying to up your luck and your Hemingway and your soul, it takes a moment to assess what best actions would go towards that. And I think that's about the mantles and the titles and the responsibilities that you place on yourself, and that you have on yourself, and that you address them and meet them with your chin up, your chest is out, and you hold truth and you speak the truth and you make your decisions, and you be fair and honest and clear and clean and follow the virtues, and you will start to build your luck. But do it in that assessment.
So this flows right into our next question. What do you think about the proposition that Hemingway as good luck is a misinterpretation, and that it applies more to the totality of the being? And how does that uh, affect the luck of the being? What do you think on that, Svan?
I think it's more the interpretation of good luck is as it's more about, again, the gravity of, or the momentum of your actions, and it can affect other things. So that it is the momentum of actions of your ancestors, it's the momentum of your community or the people to the right and to the left of you. So that the action of your being and your achieving total self in your action is the component that makes it about luck, if you will. Yeah, I think that term is thrown around too loosely, as far as it being a misinterpretation. I mean, again, I think it's lost in the like our modern concepts of luck, as it is perhaps more about the ability of the total self to affect the world around us, for good or for ill, because it doesn't necessarily pertain simply to luck or the positive. It can affect the negative. It can affect things around us. So it's I would call it almost like cumulative deed through correct action, and that garners or bears the fruit of good or bad based on what you do with that. The Haminya in and of itself as something that's passed down from your ancestry. I know some people might have a hang up with it when you talk about like, I don't have good relationships with my family, or perhaps somebody in your family from the past, or somebody more directly that you're related to has done terrible things, or things that are bad, or just things that are not good within the family. Remember, your Haminya is firstly based on your actions, your ability to pull out of the cumulative action of others that have been kind of foisted on you, or or correcting those actions with drastic action, cutting through, oftentimes settling issues. A lot of times things that are unsaid or lingering problems that are going on can oftentimes completely stop draining from your life by simply stepping across and immediately saying, I know this is a problem. I know this has been a problem for whoever's involved, and I want this to stop. I need this to stop. And I'm taking these steps to make it, and I don't want to continue on with this pathway anymore. And it could be something as a open and shut kind of case when it comes to things like that. We also talk about Haminya in the sense of like even further down in the past, the unseen ancestral luck. And I think one of the big things that boosts your Haminya is I'm very big on the idea that obligation to your mantles and existence as folk is it places you within obligation to give honor and worth to the gods, because through them and your obligation to understanding them opens you further. And it's in a funny way, it's the only way I can describe it is like the automobile perception. When you buy an automobile that you really like, and then all of a sudden you see it everywhere. When you take that step towards building your Haminya and doing corrective action and building in that obligation to the gods to honor them as folk descended from them, you begin to see, just by taking the action of like buying that car, and then suddenly all of these avenues start opening up, or your perception of the existence of the gods and how they've interplayed in your life before and are doing so now. That's massive, and I think that comes from cumulative deed, and that's part of that gravity. It goes all the way up, and you may feel minuscule in your deeds, but the tiniest of ripples start that way and build up, and then they refract back into your life, and you just have to have the perception of knowing it.
So I think Haminya is, as good luck is some rose-colored glasses. I've never heard it interpreted as good luck. I think it's luck generally, and you can have terrible Haminya. If you are just a dirtbag that can't follow through on any of your oaths, that does wrong by your family, does wrong by your gods, you can have a very negative Haminya. You can have a Haminya debt. And that's important too. Good luck doesn't just mean that you're good at the dice or whatever. It is so it's been important to me, and the name of this very show that we're participating in right now is Victory Never Sleeps. Victory is determined very often by Haminya. Are you blessed with victory in the things that you do and the things that you set out to do? Haminya is a part of the machine of victory or not. If you have a very bad Haminya, then you are predestined to more often than not fail and do poorly. Your success is a deviation from that Haminya and not your standard course. I've talked about this a number of times tonight, but the rune for a priesthood, Raido, is the right action at the right time. By doing that and by building that up, you are ramping up and increasing your Haminya. Your Haminya, more often than not, propels you towards victory or defeat. I think that Haminya as luck, not good luck, but as luck generally, is I think it is accurate. I think in common parlance, it doesn't equate to the gravity that it truly has. I talked on a previous show about this. Our fates, our norns, are, that which has happened, Earth, Verdandi, that which is happening, and Skuld, that which should happen. So you get projected in a direction for something that should happen. And Haminya is a part of projecting you in whether you're likely to be victorious or whether you're likely to fail at certain things. Other things factor in, certainly, but this is your initial trajectory. And if you've built a mighty Haminya, that trajectory is geared much more towards success than if you had a poor Haminya, if that makes sense. Is the AFA associated with Witan Network? Not really, but kinda. So certainly, Stephen McNallen is a member of the AFA. He is the founder of the AFA. He is a dear friend and mentor of mine, and all of ours. So certainly, there is a relationship, I suppose, between Witan Network and the Asatru Folk Assembly. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it, because obviously there is connectivity, and if Steve ever needs help or whatever, I've got Steve's back 110%. But I'm responsible for AFA stuff, and he's responsible for Witan Network stuff. So if Steve says something over there that's odd, please don't hold that against me, and vice versa. But no, Stephen McNallen, the founder of Modern Asatru, the founder of the Asatru Folk Assembly, we would do absolutely anything for that man. Yeah, there's no way for there not to be an association. But like I said, if Steve says something odd over there, please don't put that on me, and vice versa. But if Steve ever needs help with anything, we're there for him 1,000%. Yeah. So I'm not really sure what his plan. Witan Network is very much a personal pursuit of Steve's. And so I'm not sure what all he has planned or wants to do with that. But in every endeavor in his life, we wish him the absolute best, and we want to be supportive of him. So Nick asks, we talked about, or on Berserker and Ulfhednar a bit in regards to the Woadself and Other. Is this the same source of some of the monumental feats of our folk outside of battle in extraordinary circumstances? The main on that comes to mind would be a mother lifting a car off the child. Ha! Shows how old this is, because we mentioned that so many times earlier. But I bet you this question was asked before we did. Yes, all of those things, yes. I think we covered it, but I want to again, because it's so very important. In our lore, you see it in a battlefield context so often, because that was the penultimate expression of that in our ancestors' time. And I think it's different today. certainly we have members of our folk who are able to achieve that on the battlefield. But so many of us don't have that opportunity or aren't in that situation. And you do see that in the mother who's able to lift a car off of her child, or somebody who's able, regular folks that see a burning building and hear a baby crying, break in, save the child, get burns, but don't feel them until they're out and the kid's safe. And we see that a lot. That is the very essence of heroism, is when you transcend the bounds that we feel are normal to achieve greatness. And you see those in a variety of contexts. But I think that, those that you mentioned, that's absolutely expression of those moments where you achieve the woad self. And like I said, the vast, vast, vast majority of us, maybe we touch that once in a lifetime. The really great ones, maybe they touch it a few times, but being able to achieve that and live in that place, that's the goal. And that is the essence of ascension. What do you say on that, Svan?
I mean, I think you hit it well. It's about the ability that fate places us in, and it's kind of the actions you take in your life that build your character. You can't really plan for the moment when you ascend into that perfect moment. You have to have the culmination of things already preset by cultivating them in your soul. Then when those moments do, if they do find you, I think you're more pre-apt to, again, align and ascend into the moment and become something more. But yeah, it's about cultivating the little pieces for the possibilities of where your fate might lead you.
So Allie says, I've had the experience quite a few times when I look an elder in the face and my mind superimposes a much younger version of their face over what I'm actually seeing with eyes. Is that their odor, or am I nuts? You may or may not be nuts. I think you need to consult a professional to get that diagnosis. But no, that's absolutely odor, and it's absolutely what I'm talking about. When you're in the presence of greatness, the greatness transcends the physical. Um, and I don't know how to explain this to someone who hasn't experienced it. The way we most often see it today is with veterans, but you see it in other people who've just done amazing things in their life. And that person that they are, their woad self, will shine through their current physical condition. And that's how I like to think our gods see us. Or, gifted spiritual people see us. Because they don't see our current, problems. They see that ultimate example of the self we can be, and it shines when you have achieved it. It's one of those things, once you've hit that once, it doesn't go away, it stays with you. And there's a shine to that people see, that regular folks see, that animals and children see, that people with second sight see, and that the gods see. When you've touched that other, that heroism, when you've been that woad self, even for a moment, that stays on you for the rest of your life. And we see that and we recognize that. And I think it's beautiful that you're able to see that in these elderly people that you've dealt with, because it's beautiful. And I think there's levels to it. You don't have to be the biggest hero of ever. You don't have to be a Medal of Honor winner to have a piece of that. Because people that know, for it to appear to a stranger, it needs to be amplified like that. But to appear to someone who knows someone intimately, it doesn't. And I saw this, and one of the things that I'm really sad about, and I think is always going to be kind of a sad thing. Mandy, my wife, didn't get to meet my mom when my mom was her full self. She got to meet my mom when she was on the tail end of her dementia, when she's an old, shriveled husk of a woman that was confused and angry and not in her right mind. And so I can only imagine that my mom saw this, or that Mandy saw my mom as this, decrepit, angry, confused creature down the hall from her for a little amount of time. But it was different because when I saw my mom, I didn't see that. I didn't see. And it was very conscious. Like, I was aware of the difference in my mind when I saw her, because she's this, shriveled up, old, very confused, at sometimes nonverbal thing. But in there is my mom. In there is the woman that raised me, that I've known for, 40 years, that has loved me and taken care of me and given everything she can for me. And it's strange because I know nobody else sees that. But when I was in the room with my mom, I wasn't in there with this old husk of whatever was left. I was in there with my mom that I've known my whole life, that knows me. And that's the thing. Even when she couldn't verbalize my name or explain to somebody who I was in relation to her, that relationship was still there. Because namaste, because the divine in me could see the divine in her. Because the person I am at my core could see my mom. And that's special. And that's all the more amplified when somebody is ascended, somebody's a hero, somebody's touched that greatness more. It's often somebody you're familiar with before you see that. But if you know somebody really well and they go through hardship, or they get sick, they grow old, they grow infirmed, the woad self projects beyond that. And we see that sometimes with retired athletes or people who've just done big things in their life. Even when they are well past their prime, we still see that shine from them. And that's what's so important about victories. Participation trophies are BS. You can take those away from somebody very easily because they're not based on something real. When you have actual accomplishment, those things exist. Those things are in memory. Those things exist in the collective mini of all of us. You can't take those away. They're good, they count, and they count into the future. And this is a broad deviation from the question that was asked. But I've seen that. I used to work with children, and they would do all these build the kids up through participation trophies, everybody's a winner nonsense. But in order for me to work with the kids, they were considered severely emotionally disturbed. So they were often in really bad situations at home. And somebody who wants to be abusive, you can take that nonsense out and slap those kids down to nothing immediately. What you can't do is, hey, I won the spelling bee, January 22nd, 2008, I won the spelling bee. Anything else your parents wants to say, or your guardian wants to say, or people who want to diminish you want to say, yeah, but on that day, I could spell better than any other kid in my class. It's a fact. You can't take that away. You can be a haggard old man that can't walk and can't talk right and shaky. But if you can say, hey, in 1975, I was heavyweight champion of the world, no one can take that from you. That's true. That exists. Accomplishment exists. And this is all mundane versions of that woad self that we're describing. But when you touch greatness, it transcends. And that shine of the greatness is still on you throughout the march of time. If that makes sense. What do you think on that, Svan?
I'm in relation to the question, yeah, that you are seeing that touch of that. But yes, you're correct as well. When you're the connection to greatness, the tangibleness of achievement, it oftentimes can define whole peoples. And I think nowadays, because of materialism and modernism, they try to equate achievements to just it's just dust in the wind or what have you. That's such a distancing thing. It's important for us to remember those deeds and those things. Now, we can't remember them for people that we don't know or we're not connected to oftentimes, but noticing it for people that are close to us, that if you're close to that person, or let's say, for instance, you just see somebody you don't even know, but you can kind of see when they were young, perhaps you are reflexively seeing a moment of that testament to their getting to what they could be or what they were, that the culmination of that is, yeah, it's like a lingering, it's in the air around them. That's the ode for sure.
Another thought I have on that is my grandma. So I only knew my grandma as this old woman. Something about that generation, or maybe my grandparents, when they hit 50, they just put the curlers in and wait to be old. That was a thing. But my dad always talks about my grandma. He always remarks like, man, she was such a beautiful woman. What a beauty she was. He knew her for the same time I knew her. And she was this old lady. I never would have described her that way because I was a kid and I saw this old woman. But even into her 70s, my dad saw that woman in her 30s that he first met that was striking in how beautiful she was. And so when my dad's in his 70s, I mean, my grandma, if she was alive now, it'd be, almost 100 years old. He still sees, wow, she was such a beautiful woman because she carried herself with that grace throughout her life. And I think that's part of it. So in the next question, words are strong, Hoff rather than church, or correct equivalent? Well, so that's the thing. Hoff, absolutely, for our places of worship, those are Hoffs. For the international organization that is the Asatru Folk Assembly, church is the only word that fits that. Hoff doesn't fit that because it is so connected to the physical, like a physical building or a physical location. Whereas church, the church, implies a much bigger structure that transcends physicality of buildings. We don't have an equivalent. So we use that church structure, but church isn't a Christian word. It's one of our words. It's not a Hebrew word. It is either a Greek word or a Germanic word. If it is a Greek word, it means the Lord's house or a Lord's house. Freyr literally translates into Lord. Referring to our gods as lords is certainly within our tradition. The Lord's house being church in Greek makes sense, but also in German, Kirche, the circle. We've always worshiped in a circular formation. The greater circle of all of our religious community, that connectivity of that circle, is what we are. There's just not another word besides church that, certainly in the United States, conveys what we are as an organization. And so that's the only reason that we use it. And I hope that makes sense to you. Do we have any AFA members in Australia or New Zealand? First, yes, we do. I'm going to consult the map here because I have it pulled up. Right now, we've got 3 Australians and 2 New Zealanders. That is very low for us, though. Historically, we've always had members in both Australia and New Zealand. The COVID lockdowns really hurt our membership internationally because a lot of countries, it was much more draconian than it was here in the United States. But yeah, we've always had a presence in Australia and New Zealand, and I'm working really hard to make that more resurgent. There's an Australian gentleman I'm talking to right now to try to find ways to revitalize our community in Australia. So we're working on that. The trouble with most of our international AFA community is getting people to do things in real life. And I've said this before on the program, but the biggest distance is the distance between your couch and the front door. Once you get up and you leave the house to go do Asatru, everything else is small by comparison. Breaking that surface tension, that inertia of you being stuck static in thinking and not doing, breaking that and getting you out of your comfort zone to go meet another Asatruar and to together do Asatru in the real world. That's the most difficult challenge. And once we get people to do that in these places, then all of a sudden this becomes real and the snowball starts rolling down the hill. But that's a challenge internationally. Does a civilization or state have a soul complex that is distinct from the folk soul? Svan, what do you say about that?
Yeah, again, that does cause a lot of confusion when we talk about the folk soul or the living folk soul, the folk soul now in physical world and the material. But yes, again, the collection of things are about the connectivity between them. Like I was speaking before about Frith. So as those things dissolve too, the Haminya of things can turn. Drastic action can bring it back. There is ups and downs that nations go through. But yes, they do kind of carry their own collective soul, if you will. I mean, you can see this in when we talk about tribes or we're talking about people, the way they interact with each other, the way they viewed other groups, whether it was, the Varangians looking at the Byzantines, or if we look at the Germanics looking at Rome, or vice versa, whatever it was that the soul of the people was heavily hinged on the deeds of the people. And so whether you talk about individual deeds and accumulation of soul might, the collective deeds of everyone enacting with their connectivity under one banner, under one movement. It does share that. When you are like individuals, everybody is with their soul complex. They're dealing with the actions and the intentions and the cumulative haminya of others around them. And so those interactions create like the tides that go up and down. And so I certainly don't think that there is a sense of anything ever coming to a complete destruction, but very rarely do we ever get to bask in the eternal rise, the old self of a nation, if we could see it. And that's often, again, it's brief if it's attained. And sometimes it reaches moments that are deeply poetic, but then fall short. If you think about like the moment of any nation, tribe, or group that reaches this culminated moment, and then now you look at it and see the youth in their face of those moments. The beauty of a nation is that it can happen again. I like to think of like when the United States touched down on the moon. That was an older moment, I think, for the West. I think for the Anglosphere. I think for a lot of that moment of cumulative greatness affected a lot of people. It's just sad that because we share it with so many others, you need to maintain. Again, once it goes down and dissipates, you have to cultivate the individual parts of the soul. And if you don't, that gets lost. People forget. Generations can forget. So again, maintaining the memory is important. Building towards it. When you tell people, to reach for and to do things of greatness, they will do it. But if you cultivate them into forgetting about it and only caring about mundane or material things, they turn away. They dissolve down. That's why rejection of those thoughts and those inclinations are important. That's the maintenance of the individual pieces. Can we attain the other again? Certainly. What could that be? I mean, I know I used the moon, so I'm like immediately thinking like, oh, if we could gain Mars or something of that nature, or again, just finding breakthroughs in technology or knowledge or science. The West has come so far, and numerous times have reached these pinnacles. When the first time we took flight, that's another other moment. So I think they're waves, but yes, nations can gain them. Every time I see the first of flight license plates from North Carolina, it harkens me back to remember, like my minne thinks, wow, there was a moment where we went from not being able to tread like eagles to treading like eagles, and we were the first to do it, of substantial sense of like, it is now tangible, it's going to happen, we're only going forward and quite literally upward from here.
So on the word church, Obsidian Skull over in the chat is looking it up and talking about how it's a Christian word, or it's spread by Christians, or it references Christianity all the time. And it does in the etymology when you look at it. But if you look at the word, they talk about how it is, if you trace it back, a Proto-Indo-European word. For it to be a Proto-Indo-European word, that puts it thousands of years before the birth of Christ. So that's the thing. It's funny when you look at the etymology, because it's been so associated with Christianity over the time period, but the word itself of a Lord's house or a place of assemblage predates Christ by quite a bit of time. So I think that's important to take into account as well. But again, we use it in the United States as a legal definition of what we are as an organization. It goes into our 501c3 status with the IRS and with legitimacy in the United States. But the idea of a governing body of a religious organization is, in certainly in the United States parlance, the term church is the word to use. But it is based on a Proto-Indo-European word. So that predates Christ by quite some time.
It's kind of like using the word gods or goddesses as opposed to aus and ausenjur, especially in relation to explaining things to people. I think they'd be like, I'm sorry, what? Or Gesundheit. You know, so a lot of that translation too is important.
Yeah, God, if you look it up,
Gotter.
references the Christian God in its definition and in its etymology, but it's not. It goes back to
Germanic.
our folk in the Germanic sense. It's literally the word Goths as a people, or the people of the gods. And it's far, far before Christianity. So it's interesting how just Googling etymology is misleading sometimes. Our next question is specifically for you, Svan.
Uh-oh.
Take into account that dead people go mostly to Hellheimer, specifically Helgafell. Which part of the soul do you think is the one that goes to the mountain in the realm of the dead?
So this is an interesting question, and it would be better next, but I will address it. The Helgafell mountain, when the mountain opens up and he sees his ancestors. This is, I have always taken that is the folk soul. That is the reconnection back to your ancestors. Passing through Helgard or Helheim, everything associated with hell is about death. The process of it, the organization of it, and the way that the soul moves, whether you travel over the bridge and pass through the death, the hall of calamity, and the end of all things, separating yourselves from time, and then you enter into the halls of your ancestors. What that looks like is, I think, it's been expounded on differently by different people. But there is a difference between the passing through of death and the acceptance into the hall, as to say, not being accepted by your ancestors. If you are, for instance, if you bring nothing of value and your ancestors decree that you are not allowed to cross that bridge, there stands the warden of Helgard. Her name is Mothguth, and she tells you you can't cross the bridge. You must descend down into and across the river Gjol and the river Slith or Slither. And there you are destined to Naustrand. So you do not get to see that mountain. You do not get to see Helgafell. You do not get to see your ancestors. And so ultimately the culmination is the residing of the dead in Snorri's interpretation of the just kind of meandering shades, I think, is him trying to conceptualize how our ancestors saw only death in battle, and everything else was kind of this shadow of life. But clearly we see in this story, when he sees Helgafell, he sees his ancestors, and he's going to go into the mountain. A lot of people have placed it specifically as a location, and I think what it is it's a threshold that in the process of his death, he is crossing that bridge of death, that icy bridge that is wide and holds many. And he crosses through the veil, which is Helgard and death itself, and enters into the place where he is welcomed which is his ancestors, and they're waiting for him because they have deemed him worthy to sit amongst them again.
So looking back over in the chat, we still have a etymology discussion about the root word for church. And the first time it is spoken as church, sure, that was in a Christian context. But it's important to me that it's in a Greek language. The etymology does mean a lot. Obsidian Skull points out that it means something different in Proto-Indo-European. Well, it does slightly. It means the place of assembly. And it implies this assembly at the house of a lord, or, a great person. But it's important to me that it's church and not, shoot, I don't speak Hebrew, so I don't even know what to tell you would be the Jewish word for assembly of people. But they could have chose that word. It's neat to me that they chose a European, an Aryan word to describe an assemblage of people before their Lord as church. Now, again, there's no word in ancient times for the overall governing body of our folk faith because it functioned very differently at that time. It was an assumed thing, and it didn't need to be differentiated from something that it wasn't. Yeah, they could have used a Hebrew word. They used a Greek word that comes from Proto-Indo-European roots that I think comes down in the Germanic, as I mentioned earlier, as circle, or in Greece as assemblage at a lord's house. But, yes, the first time the word church, church, was used was in a Christian context. Absolutely. But it was used by our people and not in the church in Jerusalem was not referred to as church. It was still synagogue at that time, in my understanding.
Yeah, synagogue is a Greek word. It was used by Greek translators of the Old Testament as a loan translation for the late Hebrew Knesset, that meant assembly or assembly of people. So synagogue was the Greek word that they used in that relation, but it was so that's a Greek word as well.
Yeah, that's telling in and of itself, I think.
Yeah, it comes from the word synagogue, which means to gather or bring together.
So I'm not sure what the authentic Hebrew or Aramaic word for their place of worship would be, honestly. Gentlemen, what's the toll for suicide? Not heroic sacrifice. What's happening to the soul in your opinion? How will kids/family and connected communities, friends afflicted by that act? Thank you. What are your thoughts on this, Swan?
This is an interesting topic. Again, I think it's imperative that we understand that the gods are deeming us and watching us now while we live. We want to be witnessed. We want to achieve that self that is noticed. They also see us through the collective as a group. It is our ancestors that greatly affect the acceptance of our souls within their grouping back into the folk soul. I think it has a higher cumulative power than a lot of people that on the internet try to work out, or they try to scholarly create this kind of work in which like the gods will come down and judge you, which I think is very the Aryan branches have shown that that's not really often the case, where they kind of descend into the underworld measure the single individual soul. The gods are concerned about the living deeds and our cumulative actions. Can they mark us? Can they deem us unworthy? Or, I mean, if we're truly detestable, place upon us the mantle that is so bad that the ancestors, when we die, are just like, no, I am not. We're not. We bar your entrance. We do not accept you. And then you are told to go to the rivers, to go to the beach. The ancestors and their acceptance of those things, though, in regards to the personal issues of suicide, I think we know that there are people who are deeply troubled. There are people that are mentally unwell that have, committed suicide. There are people that have done it under duress or under the influence of drugs, things that they have either consumed knowing or unknowingly. Those things, I think the ancestors are really meriting based off of your deeds. And that is extremely specific when we talk about certain things like that. Again, non-heroic suicide. Obviously, in Asatru, most people think of suicide when it's done in the sense that you are doomed and you continue on anyways is heroic. But when we're talking about either accidental, that I think the ancestors take into account as not necessarily being a travestied act. But other times, it's again, what befalls the soul, what befalls the mind, what befalls this person as they go, and how much does it detract from their deeds. I think that the ancestors kind of determine that more than, say, the gods. But I would also point out that there's nothing. I think the gods do not look well upon people who give up. It's not that they look spurnfully or hatefully, but that it is of little value to anyone to be a dead like that. It's of little value. So being thought of like that by my gods has an effect on me, a visceral effect I would not want. But again, that's me.
It's very tempting for Svan and I to claim to know more than we do or claim a position that's inappropriate. We are not in the position of determining what our gods and ancestors deem is good enough or not. We have clues to know what they would find honorable and dishonorable, absolutely. But we're not in a spot where we can say, hey, if you commit suicide, you're going to, be on the strand and be dissolved and you're worthless and whatever. There's so much that goes into it. And that's one of the uncomfortable things about Asatru. So little of it is 100% black and 100% white. There's context is everything. I think more often than not, suicide is a weakness, and it's a person who has been beaten down so much or allowed themselves to be beaten down, whatever the case may be, to where they're so desperate and so humiliated by life that they cash it in. Now, there's heroic sacrifice suicide, and as the person who asked the question, that's a completely different subject, and we acknowledge that. But people who take their own life because they're mentally so beaten down, that's not the same as villainy. And it's argued, when you take your own life and you leave your wife and your children to fend for themselves, that's very selfish. And it may be. It's not quite the same as villainy in some other instances. I think that the gods and the ancestors know so much more than we do about the context and the intricacy of what was going on in a person's life that caused them to make the decision that they made. It would be cool if I could just say, like, hey, if you commit suicide, you're going to burn in hell, and so don't. But I can't, because it's not honest and it's not truthful. What I can say is, and our lore tells us, dead men can't do a lot of stuff. You have so much opportunity in your life, no matter where you find yourself, to make things better for yourself, for your Hamenya, for your family, for your folk. You have every day of the rest of your life is an opportunity to do great things. Every day that you shave off of that opportunity is a tragedy. One of the biggest tragedies is wasted potential. And suicide is the ultimate wasted potential. But yeah, that's really unfortunate. I wouldn't want to go to my gods and ancestors in that condition, or after having given up with the challenges that were before me. But I'm not in that position. I am incredibly sympathetic to someone who's so beaten down that feels they need to take their own life. I'm even more so empathetic to the family that's left without that piece of their kin fence, that father, that husband. I wish I could just go and say that, you know, suicide's a sin. We don't do that now. It's true. And I can't. But I do say, once you commit suicide, you close the book on any of the things you could do good in this life to build your Hamenya and to make things better. You sacrifice all those days that you could spend in the service of your family, in the service of your folk, in the service of your gods, and you cash those all in. It is much better to seek out your Gothar and to work through a problem that's temporary rather than to choose a very, very permanent solution to a temporary problem. Nick posted a link, but if anybody is at a point in their life where they're considering that, there's no timeline on it. You can always off yourself tomorrow. But I would ask that anybody's at that point where they want to do that, please reach out and give the rest of us, you know, your friends, your family, or one of our Gothar a chance to talk to you and maybe prevent something very tragic. You're not really out anything if you're already at that point, but you give us a shot not to wonder what could have been if only we'd gotten a chance to talk to you. And I'd appreciate you doing us that favor if you could. So if you're at that point, please reach out to gothar@runestone.org. Please reach out to me, Matt Flavel, at runestone.org individually. I would love to talk to you. But any of our priests or priestesses would love to talk to you and get an opportunity to maybe help you choose something that's more productive for you and your family. Gentlemen, no, I already asked that. Okay. How do you like living in Alaska?
Oh, that was from the Alaska comment.
Yeah, way back when. So there's ups and downs. I got opportunities that I think people today don't often get, and I think that our children's generation gets even less. I was able, I lived in Anchorage, I lived in the city, but I was able to experience the wilderness in a way that people don't other places. I tried to go on hikes and do things down here in different parts of the lower 48, and there's people everywhere. You go on a hike, you're going to run into people. If you go on a hike in Alaska, that's not necessarily the case.
A moose.
I got to be literally in the middle of nowhere, often in different circumstances. I talked about hunting ptarmigan north of the Arctic Circle. And again, I was doing that on the backs of my cousin and my uncle and people who are far better outdoorsmen than I was. But I got to experience that. I've got a moose antler rack that I have hanging in my house when I went moose hunting. And, I'm not the greatest hunter in the world. I've told this story before, but I believe that Uller gifted me that moose. But I got to experience that. Most people don't. I got to fish, fly fish for best salmon in the world on the Kenai River, or dip net for subsistence salmon in the Copper River, and get 30 a piece when we're out there in hip waders in the middle of the river. I got to experience a lot of really cool things. I got to sit out in the middle of a frozen lake and look up and watch the northern lights dance, and you can see for eternity in the middle of nowhere up at Harding Lake around Fairbanks, Alaska. I got really cool opportunities, but Alaska is so far away from everything else. You're so isolated, and you don't get to be a part of so much of the rest that's going on with the world. Certainly in the AFA, I'm glad I don't live there anymore, because now I get to attend so many more things. I can, from Anchorage, if I wanted to drive 8 hours, I could maybe get out of Alaska. I could be just the Canadian side of that border, maybe. 8 hours from where I am now in Reno, I could be on the coast in San Francisco. I could be, 8 hours, I could be down in Los Angeles on the beach. 8 hours, I could be up in Portland, or I could be all the way over in Utah, or maybe even Colorado almost. I could be so many different places. So it's much less isolated. But the hunting, the fishing, the getting out in the wilderness, the experiencing, I can say that I was running my cousin's trap line with him when it was -60. A lot of people can't say that. I got some really, really cool experiences I'm very thankful for. I wouldn't move back there. I'm glad that I don't currently live there, but it was really special, and I appreciate the experience. Mr. Flavel, what sources do you recommend for justifying the wear of a beard in a military context? I don't. And I know that's probably not the answer that you wanted to give from me. We've had this question or this request a lot over the years. There's absolutely no edict of Asatru that you have to have a beard. And I won't extend the religious authority of Asatru to make it that you do have to have a beard. I would rather extend that as a church for things we actually believe in that are essential. You're having a beard or not having a beard is absolutely a personal preference. You'll see me in the winter, I grow my beard. Right now, clean shaven. But having a beard isn't a necessity or a tenet of Asatru. It's a personal grooming choice. And when you enter into an organization that has a grooming standard like the military, you should follow that grooming standard. It doesn't affect your ability to practice Asatru in any way, and I'm not going to extend it for your personal fashion choices. And I don't aim that just at you. This has been asked by a lot of people over time.
I would argue even that the military should do that for every religion. And if you have a religious need to have a beard or super long hair, then you're not in the military. Like, it's just, you're not going to join.
Yeah, the standard of we don't need additional things in Asatru to make you stand out or to make you different or to make you a pain in the butt of everybody else who's trying to do things a certain way. You can certainly be clean shaven and practice Asatru. Absolutely believe that.
Oh, don't even get me started on the whole barbering of the Teutonic Aryans since the Bronze Age. We'll be here all night.
That's a thing. Our ancestors have gone through so many different styles of grooming practice over the years, and that's not essential to your faith practice.
Technology advancement. The reason why the shaved face was a flex because your society had the ability to create razors. You weren't like some backwoods country that couldn't, have razors and have, clean shaven faces or what have you.
You don't got to be like the Ooga Booga folks with the sharpened rocks or whatever else. We got razor blades.
Right, and that was West.
We got Mach 3.
Well, and that's post, of course, around the Victorian age. Before that, beards were all the fashion, and every mustaches and beards were huge during the Civil War and in Europe and all. We go through these ups and downs and ups and downs, and it you see these other countries like Norway, you can have a beard, and they talk about the the sealant of the gas mask you don't really need. It doesn't block because of the way they're built, but I think as a principle, or at least as a principle of the organization of the military, I find it interesting that I don't think they should compromise at all. I think the military should make the rules, and everyone else should follow it because it's the military.
Absolutely. I see over there on the side, Allie proudly does not wear a beard. Appreciate that, Allie. I think that's a good choice.
That's good.
Stick with that. Last question of the night, unless a new one pops up. If a parent earns bad haminya by betraying their child, does the child get the haminya of the parent's kin treason as well as suffering the betrayal? Yes. I don't want that to be the answer, but unfortunately, that was the biggest horror for our ancestors. There was two. There was strife amongst kin, because when you act against kin, you can't avenge it, because any vengeance that you take will further damage your kin. So you're stuck just absorbing the hit, and that's awful. Yeah, if you have such crappy parents that they betray you and treat you badly, you get their mistreatment, but you also suffer the haminya that you inherit from them is crap as well. And that's awful. The other big horror to our ancestors was outlawry, or being separated from the bonds of community. Facing the world on your own with no support of community and literally being rootless was also one of those things that was horrendous to our ancestors. So yeah, if you are the parent, or if you are the child of parents that are absolute dirtbags, You do, you get hit twice, and that's terrible. But you are afforded an opportunity by starting that much in the hole. You succeeding in spite of that is an act of heroism. You being able to succeed even when the hand that you're dealt is so poor, that builds amazing haminya for your children and for you personally. Your ability to overcome such a deficit speaks to your character and the character you pass on. Maybe your kids name your grandkids after you. Maybe your grandkids name your grandkids after you. And they can be empowered by your ability to overcome those odds. But yeah, I think I'd do you a disservice if I answered that any other way. Svan, what are your thoughts?
It was kind of like what we had talked about one of our conversations, the many, but one of them, where we were talking about how, as folk, we should desire to put our children in the best situation because we want them to have the best opportunities. We want their humming nice and high, and giving them that checklist of everything that we can do as a parent to do that. That is not the case for everyone. I absolutely know that. I think we all know that. And I would say even the boxes unchecked by my own parents have still led me down the road I am at today. Actually more for good based off of the negative that I've received. That haminya that I was kind of given from my parents led me down a road that has made me a better parent towards my children, has made me closer towards, I'm just rabidly defensive about making sure that, the connections in my family are close and genuine and good, because they were not, from my family. So the biggest thing is that as a parent, you should try to get those. And if you are the child, it's hard to quantify. If, let's say, your parents did something really bad, or one of them did something bad and they're no longer in the picture, and the other one even separates or moves and takes you with them far away, even though you as a child can't quantify what that movement has done in your life, it has changed things, and you can't quite quantify it. So I would say don't get caught up on the notion that you're cursed. That's kind of ridiculous. The idea is that we have boxes checked and some of them aren't. And even though the ones that aren't checked, that doesn't relegate you to a life of doom. It's just that you have to admit that you have deficits that you're going to have to cross. You've got gaps you got to jump, and they're going to make you better if you do it. If you jump those gaps and then you hold on, if you're aware of those things, because if you're unaware, that's worse. You might repeat it or not understand where everything is. But if you're aware of it, then you have the ability to jump the gaps, learn from it, and make sure your children aren't placed in that same situation. That's important. A lot of the negative from my family, I have taken great strides to make sure it does not happen to my children.
So we have 3 more questions in the line now that have materialized.
You said it.
These people don't want us to sleep. That's okay. Victory never sleeps.
Victory never sleeps. That's why I'm here.
Question for Svan. Are you going to get that curled mustache?
I do that for my kids. I can curl these. I'm a barber. I say, no, I can't bring myself to go out into public like that because I feel like it's very cartoonish. And so my kids love it though. I do have mustache wax. I'm a barber. I have it at my shop. I make it available for people. And I do have some clients who do wax their mustaches, but I do it I do it for fun, and you know, my kids, oh, he's got the French mustache, or he looks like he's gonna tie.
All right. So the official grooming product of Victory Never Sleeps, they don't know they're official. They
Oh
have not
no,
contributed financially to this broadcast in any way, nor are they associated with us. But I encourage you to buy their
no,
product, Gorilla Snot.
no.
Gorilla Snot is a fine product from south of the border, and they make many varieties that smell delicious. They hold your hair amazingly.
Bubblegum hair glue.
They are absolutely amazing. They hold your hair perfectly. They're water soluble, so you can adjust your hair if needed. If you sweat profusely, there is a sport version just for you. There's also a special, like, shiny version. Honestly, I don't think they do anything different. They just smell different and are different colors. That's okay. They're affordable. Gorilla Snot. Go out and get yours today.
No, please don't.
No, don't listen to the man trying to keep you down with their expensive hair products in their
Don't listen to the
barbershops.
barber.
No. Gorilla Snot. Mucho gusto.
Mucho. Yeah, isn't half of the bottle written in Spanish?
It is. But no, we give credit where credit's due on this program.
That stuff turns your it. To be honest, too, it's like it must be like a Hispanic thing, because even like Suavecito, it smells good.
Mhm.
Man, that stuff is like, doosh, doosh, doosh. It's a helmet.
It's hard as a rock. I will headbutt you with
Yes.
my Gorilla Snot hair. Then you'll know what's up. You'll see the superiority. So, Nick Rice threw $15 at us, our wonderful producer. We appreciate you, Nick. He is advocating for barbering in the Bronze Age episode.
Oh, or barbering in the Teutonic culture. Bronze Age is just a tiny section. We got to cover it all.
Barbering in Old Mexico.
Sometimes, like when I remember back in the 90s, people were talking about how in order to, in Asatru, you know, your longer hair, and I mean this actually kind of formulated, I think, from the early Troth, where they were talking about like long hair was a form of expression of the devotion of Asatru. And yes, at a time there was some cultural significance to long hair, but more so in women than men. For utilitarian purposes, women with long hair, that was a status symbol. And the way they wore it, whether it was tied up or covered, was showing whether they were a maiden or married. You know, but for men folk at the time, the idea of like, oh, you got to grow your hair out long. No, grow it out if you want, but that's not Asatru standards.
So I'm looking at over in the chat. People know what's up with the Gorilla Snot. That's where the secure hold is.
If I put that in my mustache, I'd stab people like a deer.
No, I absolutely do that with my beard and my mustache. It keeps all the little curly Q things from, yes. That's the way to go. That's the way to do it. Okay, so it may sound like I'm joking. Not joking. Gorilla Snot, I really am a big fan. All right, so we have an official second for a grooming in the Bronze Age episode. Can we crowdfund for a barber demonstration?
Oh man, get me some bronze razors.
No, you can. I went to the they've got all these little like beard hair, mustache hair clipper things. When we went to the I want to say 2018, when AFA leadership went over for a event in Sweden, we went to the museum in Stockholm, and they had these, you know, all kind of little hair clipper things, like little proto scissors things you would use to clip beard and mustache hair. They had all of this equipment to scoop out like earwax. They were so into the grooming. Grooming was very important to our ancestors. But yeah, that was really kind of neat.
I had actually made mention of that, I think, but earlier before when you had to hop off for a brief moment and then come back, about a ring giving and Haminya, and I also mentioned about how the Thanes in return gave their combs to the king as a symbol of their Haminya in return, but how the comb was such a important part of it. Was so expensive and it took massive care. It was not that was not giving over something trivial. That was huge.
As a side note, Allie says that she used to use gorilla snot during high school to create a foot high mohawk. So ridiculous as that is, it is a testament to the holdability that is inherent in the gorilla snot.
Oh, we got a question about the Filkia.
We got a lot of questions. One question that we have that's ridiculous. Matt, have you already seen the Sasquatch people? So I was somebody talked about this last episode, one of the previous ones, and I thought it was silly. I did not know the Sasquatch people was an actual program. I just Googled it. Apparently it's a thing on Amazon. I will see if I have access to it to see what you guys are talking about. But I have not already seen the Sasquatch people. Gentlemen, favorite caliber and rifle / pistol combo, please. Old folks keep telling me about the soul evaporating ability of the 45 ACP. So it's a soul related question after all. Thank you for your stream. Svan, what are your thoughts?
45 ACP is too small. You got to go 45 Colt all the way. No, I actually, that is, I'm not joking. I don't own anything that shoots a 45 ACP. I do have 2 that shoot 45 Colt. But I didn't get them because of their soul rendering boomer might. They're definitely novelty guns. I think my favorite is the rifle is definitely any of the FAL or SETMEs at 308 20 round mags. Those are my favorites. That's a awesome battle rifle. I know the M16 inside and out because of the Marine Corps, but I'm not a big fan of direct impingement because of personal experience. But pistol wise, I think one of the best companies that's super underrated is Tangfolio. It's spelled Tangfoglio, but Tangfolio pistols are super underrated, and they are a phenomenal company. They have a budget line that's really well priced. They do function. It's a little bit boomerish in the sense that it actually has a safety on the side, not a trigger safety, but phenomenal weapons. They're very light. They're, again, budget minded. You could spend the same amount and get like a crappy high point, or you could get a Tangfolio if you're looking for a budget gun. They have expensive ones as well, but they make a budget line, and their weapons are just phenomenal right out of the box. Shoot great, love them, and I just really, they don't get a lot of love. You can get them on European American Arms, actually, EAA. That's a great distributor of hard to kind of find European guns like Tangfolio. But yeah, 308 on the rifle. Biggins.
I am not that guy. I'm not the super gun guy. Best rifle I've got is a Husqvarna. A Husqvarna 30-06 that I've used for hunting. That's the best I've got rifle wise. From the 70s with my grandpa's rifle. And then handgun wise, I got a Glock 17. I'm not that guy. I'm not an expert. I also, the first pistol I ever owned got from a guy I used to bounce with, and it's like it's a Black Hawk 357. So I'm not a super duper gun guy, but I'm aware of my Second Amendment rights, and I try to practice when I can. Glad Svan had a good good answer for you. He has experience in these things.
Hey, Glocks are great. I'm not one of those guys that hates on Glocks and I love the 45s. I love Glocks. If it goes pew and it's in my hands, I'm happy. It's better to have one than not one if you need it.
That's the thing. All right. So, all right. We've generated more questions.
They're trying to make us go that extra hour.
They're doing it on purpose. On purpose. That's okay. I love doing this. I'm not joking. So, I'm joking as well as loving doing this. So, thoughts on Hinduism and Buddhism from Squiggles. I don't read Squiggles, so I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. I'm joking. I assume it is some kind of a Sanskrit text or something. I could be wrong. So Buddhism is, to my understanding, a almost atheistic, agnostic kind of reformation of Hinduism. My issues with Buddhism are several. I do think it springs from a very ancient Aryan root, but it has a focus on escapism and the world is bad, the world is suffering. Maybe if you sit under a tree long enough, you can escape the icky world. And I'm fundamentally very opposed to that. One of the thing about the Buddha is he was an Aryan prince. He was nobility. If the world is suffering and there's so many terrible things going on, by his birth, he was in a position to address those things, to try to help the people that he felt were suffering, to try to make right happen in the world that he was rejecting. And instead, he had a rather self-indulgent, let's sit under the tree and develop my diamond body so that I can't use my diamond body to make anything better, but so I get some kind of enlightenment. I don't like that. I would much rather that Prince Siddhartha would have spent his time being an Aryan prince and making the world better with the resources he had than sitting under a tree trying to escape it all. That seems like a very wasted potential to me. One of the big beliefs of Asatru and of the Asatru Folk Assembly is the world is good and we should use our powers in this world to make it the very best that we can. And I think that that was a lot of that squandered in Buddhism. Hinduism is different. I respect that it also, as I said, it certainly comes from that Aryan root. I think it has been culturally intermixed beyond recognition with the Dravidian influences of that country. And I think it's very difficult to recognize in its very original roots. But I can respect some forms and branches of Hinduism in a lot of their ways. I appreciate that they held on to their gods through all of this time and resisted the conversion to either Christianity or Islam that was pressing upon them. And I respect that a lot. I certainly appreciate the branches of Hinduism that are devotional, that believe very much in the literal existence of their gods as personalities and as beings, and that worship them in that way. I think that's beautiful and amazing. So Hinduism, there's so many varieties that I don't think you can speak on it in one monolithic way. But the very devotional Hinduism, I believe in a great deal. So this is a point that I meant to mention way back at the beginning of this broadcast when we talked about the leak. So there are Hindu mystics that believe in starving themselves or, doing damaging things to their bodies as an expression of their spirit and their soul. And I don't believe in that. I don't believe that we are made better by weakening or damaging our bodies. I think our bodies being in prime condition is the best way that we can actualize ourselves in this world. And so I don't think that those fakir, I'm not sure if that's the right term for the folks that do the body mortification and things, but I don't support that practice. What are your thoughts on Hinduism and Buddhism, Svan?
Not too far back, I had a very nominal understanding of Buddhism. As you know, there was Tibetan Buddhism, there was Mahayana, there was Theravada, and there was like Zen Buddhism, and that's pretty much like I understood the branches and where it evolved to, and in relation to and how it kind of got absorbed into a lot of local folk faiths as a supplementary pathway, or as it usurped entirely and took over as the pathway of the religion of the people. So I have some problems with that, but that's on them as far as how they did that. Some folks supplemented, others let it, completely change. It brought a kind of culture and a language with it that wasn't necessarily native to the areas of certain places. There's another thing too when we go about the concepts of suffering, and I understand that to my understanding, it's ascension that's sought in nirvana through self-attainment, but I question just about the closing off of oneself. I do get the wisdom behind being in the third position, not being too tightly wound or too loose, finding the tune. But overall, I don't agree with some of the fundamentals about the suffering. And I did recently find a really fascinating thing. I did not know, but there was a whole thing on Hercules and Buddha, like traveling around, and that Hercules as an emblem, especially considering the fact that Hercules is the striker from the Hellenic culture, but traveling around with the Buddha, with Siddhartha, was an interesting thing I did not know about. It was really expounded on by some more like hard-lined Buddhists on Twitter. I thought it was an extremely interesting thing where they were, and some of these guys are, they opened my mind to some interesting stuff. So I'm not gonna shoot that down. Hinduism, obviously, we know the origins. I know that it's a tough subject if you are from India. Again, the Aryans coming in, and as it's often called, the invasion theory, is not met well, especially with internet Indians. If you want to kick a hornet's nest, bring up the invasion theory.
And don't show Bob's and Vagine.
Yeah, just I'm aware of that. However, you have to understand from the perspective of that I am of a people of a branch of the Aryans. My ancestors moved from their origin home, the home dale that they are from, and they spread, and so the origins of Hinduism with Aryan faith is in my and evidence that I have seen is undeniable. Clearly connections. When we talk about the Rig Veda or the Bhagavad Gita and the issues of the tripartite, the moment you see a tripartite or a trimurti or tridevi even, these are clearly Aryan traits. Everywhere the Aryans have ever gone, there's always been a tripartite. But it became its own thing over time. So I find more comfort in the religiosity of my people. And so I don't really pretend to know or be in too much. I understand that the language, especially Indian, like our Sanskrit and the Hindu, like the Hindi language is derivative of Proto-Indo-European as well. I totally understand that. But at a certain point, I appreciate it, but it is a culture that is not really mine. And so I respect it. I have been to a few temples in my youth to understand. It's helped me religiously understand the concepts of Godstead, places where we invite the gods to place their presence in. It was a concept I didn't fully understand as a Westerner, that was kind of coming from an ultra Christian kind of society, and idolatry is bad, and I became aware of much of that, and so I appreciate that. And again, some of the inner schools of thought of everything down to even the mysticism of yoga, like real yoga, the dangerous stuff that shouldn't be done just haphazardly. I mean, I'm aware of that as a magical and mystical form, and I'm appreciative of that as a person who studies magical practices, but it's just ultimately not of my people. So I have a healthy respect, and even growing more for Buddhism in that respect there. But again, at the end of the day, I am Teutonic.
I want to watch the buddy cop drama that is Heracles teamed up with the Buddha. I think that would be fascinating.
Yeah, there's stone reliefs of sculptures of it, and I don't know. I mean, in relation to possibly the deeds that he did and traveled eastward, and I don't know. That was just very interesting. Again, I was reading it more for curiosity and just enjoyment of stories, because I love stories, even other people's stories. But at the end of the day, I am Teutonic, and I will stay in my hall.
So the next question is it possible to intentionally interact with the Philia? Perhaps that's too animist. I think that it is. I know a lot of people who do their altar work make offerings to their Philia or include their Philia in their prayers and offerings. I know that I do that and have done that. Yeah, I think ritual is one of those ways to build that connection and to better bring the two closer. So I absolutely think that it's possible to intentionally interact with your Philia. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, I think that there are people who can actually see other people's Philias almost as in a sense of a psychic sight, in which they pick up on the symbology of the person's soul or proto soul. And you do with that what you will, in the sense that it's not necessary. It's not like a zodiac or something. There's no particular like immediate science to it. Symbols work with the fact that they're interpreted differently by different people. So when you see the filkia of another person, it's the symbology or significance may be completely on the person who sees it. Other times too is through dreams. I have had some personal experiences with things. I've also had a very, very, very personal religious experience with what I can only be described as a kinfilkia, a filkia of the family. And that was more visceral than any of the other experiences I've ever had. But yes, I do believe you can. But remember, it's about the symbology of the proto self. Don't get into the idea that it's an animistic sense of totemic worship in this sense that everything has that spirit. That symbol is reflection of you on purpose, and its symbology has a lot of meaning. Take with it what you will. And again, at the same time, so many people are like, I'm a wolf, I'm a raven, I'm a wolf raven. I don't know. It just it gets nobody ever sees their self as something. When you see people project um their desired self, that's, I think, them more on the Hammer aspect, maybe with a little bit too much of a positive outlook, or a little bit shooting above the bar. But a lot of times, I think Filkias, in my experience with, especially with other people, are symbolic in animals they never even would have considered. But when I see them, I see that connection, or I see that symbology. Um,
So Obsidian Skull says, it was me who asked the other day, but I'm not talking about the show. I'm talking about big ape people in the woods of Alaska.
there's a show.
They help people build their cabins. So I have never heard about helpful Bigfoot people helping people construct cabins. But I will tell you one thing. My uncle worked as a fish and game biologist. And he'd go out in the middle of the, middle of nowhere where no white man's ever been or whatever. And he would take, samples, do studies in the river of how many fish are running through, do those kind of things. This guy he worked with, seemingly completely sane, normal, no warning signs on this guy. He went out in the bush in the middle of nowhere near Ruby, Alaska, and he got snowed in, and he was in this cabin for a number of days. And this, not my uncle, but his friend. And so he was out there, he's in this cabin, and he swore when he came back that he was under siege by these like Bigfoot midgets, by like furry, short, squat Bigfoot people that were chucking logs at the side of his cabin and at the roof of his cabin and terrorizing this guy. And he came back, stone sober. He told this story to people, and everything else remained normal. Like the guy didn't like lose his mind and was crazy for the rest of his life. Everything else was normal except for this story that he swore to. So I'm not endorsing it. I'm just saying that's the closest I've got to Alaska Bigfoot people, was the Woodsman of Ruby.
I would also recommend, if anybody's interested in the look up Missing 411, the Sierra Camp, in which there was three, I believe there were three, like they were mountaineering. They weren't living in the mountains. They were going there for hunting or something. And they have audio recordings as they were attacked by these creatures throwing rocks at their camp, and they were inside their cabin. And there's audio of these rocks hitting the cabins, and it sounds like, I mean, just straight a boulder hitting your log cabin. And there's a lot of vocalizations in that it could be a fake. I'm not claiming it to be real, but it's certainly interesting, and it's just audio. So that's kind of, it was recorded on I forgot the device. It tells you in the thing. It's very hard to fake because you can't even like go over and re-record over it. It's like one time and that's it. But why they had that's an interesting question. So
So that honestly, I'm not saying I buy into it or whatever. That stuff's fascinating to me, however. Um, so we're winding down to the last couple of questions. They keep throwing them in on us, and we'll keep going. Um, Gentlemen, what's happening with the soul of our people, white Europeans, who are not practicing our faith? Can they go to the hall of the ancestors, or is this path is closed to them? Thanks. Absolutely, I think those folks go to the hall of our ancestors.
Yep.
I don't think that the Hebrew God gets to take our people by fiat. I don't think it works that way. I believe in ethnic religion as a concept, and that said, ethnic gods have hegemony over their ethnic practitioners of their faith or their ethnic people, even if they're have gone astray from that. So many, almost all of us, when we celebrate our ancestors, most all of the ancestors that any of us have known have been Christian. That any of us can put names to or have pictures of are Christians. And we believe strongly, we know with all our being that they interact with us from beyond the veil. That said, I have to believe that those folks do go to our ancestors. Their chance of ascension, I think, is different because they haven't conceived of the gods and the soul in the way that is necessary. So I think that they would need to be re-educated in that way. But absolutely, our ancestors hear and interact with our prayers, watch on from beyond. My most powerful DCer is my grandmother. Very much I say very much. She was a Christian. She didn't really go to church in my lifetime. But when I called out to my DCer, she came to me. I believe very strongly that she's with our ancestors, that she watches over me. None of that is in any kind of a Christian context. She would never have considered herself Asatru or any kind of paganism that would have been antithetical to her upbringing. But I know that she hears when I make offerings to her and that she's there watching over me. And I think most of it, or a great many of us, know that and are very aware of that truth. How that fleshes out, I don't think that, Yahweh and Odin like get in a tug of war match or something when somebody passes. I think there's truth and there's not, you know, and I think that when this is some Matt UPG, but I like to think that when we die, there's some kind of a revelation of some truth that we don't get to see as clearly in this life. But I think that the proof is there in the afterlife, and we see that. We see that countless times. Our ancestors come to greet us and usher us into the life beyond the veil. That is a very common thing in near-death experiences, certainly. It's something we know to be true, but it's not something that's supported by the desert religion's belief in how things work. So I think truth transcends religious preference. Truth is true whether we embrace it or we don't embrace it. What are your thoughts, Svan?
I think it's imperative that we honor our Christian ancestors. I think it's imperative and incumbent upon every Asatru to honor them, because now they know they're not going to Gehenna. They're not going to get poked in the butt by spear carrying Shadim. even though they change the names to demons and hell and all that stuff, at the end of the day, when you go over what this is really about and you explain it to people, you realize that they don't have any clue of how foreign and how alien all of that stuff is. And I think that when our ancestors, no matter who they are, go back to the rest of the ancestors, they realize, and they are brought about to understand. I made a funny post a little while back just to be snarky because I remember these Christians talking about how like they didn't like it when atheists, like communists, tell them how to be Christian, and then they ask, "Are you Christian?" Well, they kind of did the same thing to us, or even to me. Was why you don't honor your ancestors, or you don't honor your Christian ancestors. So I made a funny joke showing these people in the 1950s I think in England, and they're having a May Day festival, and they're all around the maypole. Or actually, I think it was Sweden, and it is very, very, very folkish native faith going on. And I said, you ask me if I honor my Christian ancestors. These are my Christian ancestors, and they're doing the maypole. And of course, a lot of this made a lot of Christians upset. And I say, good, that's fine. That wasn't who it was directed at. It was directed at the people that realize that our ancestors, even though they went to church and did all the things they felt necessary to do, when they lived their lives and they were part of their culture and complete, and they were part of their souls were really, really singing in joy and happiness, it's always associated around their folk beliefs. It was curbed. There was a ceiling in which they couldn't really cross over. I don't fault them for it. And again, I don't think they're damned or exalted in some other afterlife. They're with my ancestors. They understand now. They're with our ancestors. They understand now, and I will happily see them when I cross over.
So the next question from that was the last question. It's not the last question anymore. Fun fact, founder McNallen started the Viking Brotherhood through an ad in the 1970 Fate magazine. All's hair your Gothy. Do you know if the ad still exists in any form? I'd love even a photocopy. I am unaware of if it exists in any form. I would like to find that and see. I think that's really interesting. So much of that early stuff is very unattainable to us. So I will ask Brandy tomorrow if we can try to run that down and see if we can obtain a photocopy of that. I think that'd be really cool just to have.
I see Ryan's like, please stop asking them questions.
All right. So what we got right now looks like our last question, but we'll see. We'll see. Gentlemen, can the gut feeling be associated with the folk soul / hive mind, or it's something different? P.S. Stream is reaching legendary levels. Thank you for your hard work. And we got another question. So first, thank you. I'm glad that you appreciate this. I'm glad that you guys like this. It is late. I'm not going to lie. I'm tired, but I love this. This is literally this is what I've chosen to do with my life. I look forward to this every week. I really, really love this. And I'm glad that you guys want to sit here and listen to us for 5.5.
That's amazing.
Hours. No, thank you guys. This is awesome. So,
gut feeling.
Yes, to a way. Folk soul, I don't know. Philgia, perhaps. many perhaps. But yeah, part of that soul complex gives you a heads up on certain things. Perception is a part of that, and it's not the hammer, but it's the thing that would allow you to see someone else's hammer. Your ability to pick up on something just doesn't smell right here. Hey, I've got a creepy feeling about this. Your spidey sense is tingling, gut feelings. Absolutely. That is your connectivity to that folk soul through elements of your soul complex. I believe absolutely that is the case. What are your thoughts on it, Svan?
Yeah, the hive mind thing, I think I know what he's going with on that one, in the sense that perhaps if there's a blood memory or a genetic memory of something that could give you that instinct. I think more so that I think where Asatru is going with it is better, is that it's that the Filkia is kind of your proto self. It is, in an essence, until it is elevated through the Other, it is a proto self, and it involves a lot of deep instinctual issues. It's, even though it's last on the list, doesn't mean it's the furthest away from anything. It's all encapsulated, and the Filkia does have that third sense, that primitive sense of understanding of danger. And it's strange because I watch a lot of videos of people, where they're completely unaware of things. So a lot of people are deeply disconnected from, or I even wonder if it could be bred out of people, where they just they stop having that feeling of or if it is the hive mind folk soul, they're somehow disconnected from it, in the sense, because I've seen people just completely oblivious on video, just suffering from their utter lack of awareness, or the utter lack of just understanding that they are clearly in trouble, whether it's from an animal or whether it's from an assailant. It's just terrible to watch, but it seems to be, and I think I've seen and met people who have it stronger than others. And I don't exactly know where that comes from. I think it's more individual based, because I've also met people who just, their blinders are on. They're just out of it. They're not even aware of anything that has that instinct coming out of them. So I don't know. I would say individual for now.
People getting loopy over in the side chat, suggesting that we need to evolve into some sort of dolphin hybrid to be able to sleep part of our brains while the rest of it goes on doing this epic stream.
The chat is wild.
Yeah, chat is wild. Somebody suggests, hey, I'm looking tired. I need to go to sleep. You are absolutely right. I will take your advice here in just a sec. Got one last question. We're going to go ahead and hit that. It's not even lying. I am exhausted. Tony King of Cheese. Well, hell, here's a question for you two. How's the night treating you both? Still kicking. Damn it. And in the meantime, another question has emerged, but that's okay. We'll keep going. So, Tony, I told you earlier after you'd gone to bed, and now you've long since woken up, because we've been doing this for almost 6 hours. But doing great. I love this. This is awesome. It's been a really fun night. We've had great questions, talking to one of my best friends. I'm doing great. I'm still kicking, just barely. I'm looking forward to this being over so I can go to sleep. Still got a little bit of a macros to get in, but no, I'm having a great night. Svan, how are you doing? How's the night treating you? And are you still kicking?
Oh, I'm still kicking. Yeah, I could do this all night. I hate to be that guy, but I am that guy. I guess it's just years of stand and watch, looking at inanimate objects for hours on end has bred me this way now.
No, Svan's looking spry.
I'm having a ball. This is
he's
great.
on it. He's doing good. He's doing good. Last question that I see, but again, we'll see what happens. This is round 3 on last questions. Gentlemen, how can we help / enhance the soul of the fellow men who are not practicing Asatru and are not serious about their soul quality? You're not quitting, are you? Victory never sleeps. Thanks. No, I'm not quitting. I'll be here until the last question's done. We even got another question after yours. So that being said, how can we help them? The first part, those who are not practicing Asatru, is one thing. The second part, those who are not serious about their soul quality, is another. If people don't care, there's very little you can do except provide them opportunities. But when they do care and they don't happen to be Asatru yet, then there's a lot we can do. I think being an example, I think letting them know what we're doing, inviting them to streams like this, maybe not the last hour because we've been a little bit goofy, but in general, inviting them to things, giving them the opportunity to have a spiritual awakening. I think that's some of the best things we can do to folks that aren't actively Asatru currently. If they don't care, sometimes that takes life knocking them on their butt, and then they get that, they develop that spiritual need. But certainly things you can do to help the soul of fellow men not practicing Asatru is give them that opportunity. So many of our folk don't know that we're here. It's one of the things with media. All of us in the AFA as leaders are very uncomfortable with the media because they shine a light and they're very critical and they're sleazy. But what we have seen is every time we do get interviewed by the media or there is a news story about us, we gain members. The people who hate what we're doing and who we are, those people are all woke and they're going to hate us no matter what. But what media does is it opens us up to an audience of people that didn't know we existed and didn't know we were a thing. And those people do come and join us and are a big part of what we do. So give those folk that you have influence with the opportunity to experience this that we're all sharing. I think that's what you can do. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, the best thing you can do is show them the positive. The internet is full of all kinds of exposure to things, and you can find out stuff that you want to believe or you're willing to believe or maybe not, or you just give it time. It's only a matter of time before all these conspiracies come true. At the end of the day, that's separate from what you could viably show, which is getting together, having kindreds, having family get-togethers, having or just if it's just a couple of people who are interested, or getting them together and holding community stuff. It doesn't have to be a bloat, because a lot of times people are still very, very they're distant from it. They don't know that. But if you can just offer them the decency of good friendship and good company and virtuous life, and they see that, and then I'm Asatru and this is what we do, and it can grow organically. You can't. I know a lot of people back in the day were very, very in Asatru were very, very against proselytizing, and I don't think it's that we proselytize. I think that we organically show by our deeds, by doing, and if we continue to do, and it's only a matter of time before they ask, what is this about? Why are you doing this? And as soon as it's like the car. The moment they purchase the car, and they start seeing the car everywhere. The moment they start asking about the gods, and they start asking about their ancestors and how to reach out, or it's so often the time I hear somebody say, I really do love my great grandfather. I have a picture of him, and I kind of say hello to him like almost every morning before I go to work. And I'm just like, that's ancestor worship. You're doing Asatru already. And a lot of people are like, man, I do feel this. I just don't understand the divine. And I tell them, you gotta, like Al he says, you have to give them the opportunity to have the moment. And the only way they're ever going to open themselves up to that opportunity is if there's value in what they see around it, which is the goodness of the people, the nobility of their actions, and the cohesiveness of their community. That can't be a bunch of like wackos talking about, like, you got to put your aluminum foil on because, the vaccine's going to expose that the Khazarites are shooting satellite bullets from space. It gets odd. And instead, it should be like, have you ever been hunting before? Or you ever been bowling before? Let's go do stuff. Let's go out there and kind of do the simple acts of revolution against the onslaught of everything that's pumped into our heads. Build raised garden beds, do stuff with people, go help the kids, go teach the kids something. You get what I'm saying? I'm kind of beating a dead horse on that one, but yeah, it's what's around.
So
give them an opportunity.
Our next question: how long can Svan lecture? Matt can go to bed. Let's find out. Allie, I'd reiterate the caution of the Allfather. It's best to be middling wise. I don't think you really want to plumb the depth of that well. Let's just leave that a mystery. Let's embrace the mystery. Gentlemen, at what point the soul enters the body of the baby? During birth, in the mother's womb? Thanks.
That's an interesting question.
So, yes, but that's the point of the soul complex. Pieces affix themselves to that new life over time. And I think that you see that. Certainly, the leak is like you can with can tell that I'm tired. With the ultrasounds, you can watch the leak develop. It's fascinating. So Mandy's already gone to bed. Maybe she won't hear this. Anyways, we had kids late in life. So one of the things was they categorized her pregnancy as a geriatric pregnancy. She's not a fan of that term. I don't think most women are. But insurance-wise, it meant that we got to see a lot of ultrasounds during Aubrey's development. And it was really cool. You can watch her little body develop. And, there's a point that we joked that Aubrey's this little manatee, and she looked like this little manatee. And then as time, she became more and more like a little baby human. And as she was getting closer to the end of the gestation period, no, she's absolutely, like you can see, she's absolutely a little human. So the leak, you can watch it develop. But you see this too. I mean, this is one of those things that was just miraculous and beautiful. Watching my daughter get born and watching her grow. You can see as those awarenesses, those things imbue themselves and affix themselves to her. You can watch as she starts being aware and aware of her surroundings. And her Huger expands. At first the awareness is very, very small. And as she hears more and sees more, it expands. And we're going to talk about this in later episodes as well. But when she's, by our custom, 9 days old, we did a baby naming. And at that point, I named her after my grandfather. And so that part of her soul complex, that Haminya, got the boost of not only us accepting her as a family and those we had gathered around us accepting her as part of our community, but me naming her after my grandfather, who was so very important to me. We affixed a powerful Haminya to her that will go with her and set her off with a good start in life, and has set her off with a good start in life. And you can watch as the memory takes hold, and as she remembers things, as she associates things, as things stand out as special to her that she attaches sentimentality to, as her mind starts to contemplate more and more things. It's a gradual process. It's not an immediate process. The question is, when does the soul affix itself? It's a very long process. So much of, we had this baby app of when the baby sleeps and when they're going to have a fussy day and when they're not. And it was amazing how accurate it was. And that's because her little brain grows, and at certain points that humor expands and her mind comprehends other things. Like, wow, if I close my eyes, where does daddy go? If I close my eyes, where does mommy go? Are they still there? What does that do? And the little waking up at night nightmares, the more I read and study, is thought to be, these existential awarenesses of, wow, if I have these things, I could lose them and I could not have them. What do I do with that? Wow, my actions can affect other people and make them sad. Not only can I feel pain, but if I bite daddy, it's going to hurt. And then he's hurt and he's mad at me. What is that like? You watch that soul develop. And that's what I think is such an inherent truth in the soul complex that we're presenting, is it's layered over time, and each of these parts of the soul grow and expand and mature. So I would say, there's a piece of the soul that starts at conception. I think that pieces of that soul grow and develop during gestation. I think in an official way, the soul counts as you are a person officially at that baby naming. But you watch in those first, year or two, that soul take its form and take its shape. So I don't think there's, it's not like there's absolutely nothing and then boom, there's a fully developed soul in the blink of an eye. I don't think it works like that. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about our lore and our truth. What are your thoughts, Swan?
You covered a lot of it. The only thing I wanted to say was I remember in the early 90s, a lot of Asatru or I wouldn't even call them Asatru comparatively now, but a lot of these people were speaking of the ancient, or not ancient, but elder practice of the Nords. There were accounts of times when they had to place their children out in the cold. And they were talking about this like this was just a normal thing. And they were doing it to justify their concepts of modern abortion. And I thought it was such a disgusting thing to hear them talk about, because in every one of those testaments, there's always there was wailing, crying. They were not happy that they had to do this. These decisions were made because they couldn't feed anyone else. They didn't have any food. They were on the verge of death themselves. This was a terrible time to be. And to hear these kind of like smarmy armchair, like coffee house liberals talking about that they just did this because it was just okay to do it, was kind of like really, really infuriating to me. It was one of the first like red pills of things. So, and obviously that was not the good of the for the folk at the time. It still isn't, and I think that it's really important that we understand that the soul complex is, I have very little concern about what other people do to their offspring, but I am concerned with what my people do with their offspring. And I think that it's understood that once you go down this path, you're the first part of the soul complex is the leak, and just like Asatru says, it develops on from there. It's important. Um, I understand health reasons now. Again, those are situations that decisions that are made for certain health reasons, of the child in particular. I understand that. And that is not, as long as everybody's understanding that that's not the good of the situation. Having a child that's born brain dead is not the good of the situation. The idea is to go for the whole and the wholeness of it. So I understand medical things, and I'm not going to split hairs and go down that road. But what I'm ultimately talking about is the best of all the situation. The idea is first and foremost, when you see the child and you see the leak formed, that is the start of it. And when you give the baby, you fasten the name, you complete the process by giving the baby Haminya, and then you just get to see that soul develop over and over and over again until it's our time to go, and they have their chance to see their offspring do the same.
So it is shocking and appalling that this needs to be said. Unfortunately, the world that we live in, it doesn't go without saying somehow. Killing babies is bad. And it would be funny to say if it wasn't sickening that people don't get that. I'm not out to curse anyone who's made that decision. There are circumstances that there are many bad outcomes, and maybe the best outcome is that child doesn't get born. But those are few and far between, and there's no instance to where killing a baby isn't terrible. Yeah, our ancestors, when it meant that other children would die of starvation because they didn't possibly have enough for one more mouth to feed, that's a terrible thing. It wasn't so you can go clubbing, it was so the children that you do have could live. There's horrible things where your child could be born horribly deformed or many other things. And it's not my intention to pry my way into that. But as a fundamental truth, killing babies is bad. Mobs of people in New York a couple of years ago are celebrating infanticide in the streets with t-shirts about how many babies they've aborted. And I don't say this to bring the mood down or to be morbid, but we are in a world today where I need to specify that killing babies is bad. The first question we had on this show so many hours ago was, how does our soul sickness affect the soul? The fact that it doesn't go without saying that killing babies is bad is a shocking testament to how sick the soul of our folk have gotten, for what that's worth. All right. Matt, you might have answered this at some point already, but what is the AFA's take on how literal the Eddas are. Do you view Viking text as history or allegory? Depends on the Viking text. Some of it is clearly history in terms of a lot of sagas, but the Eddas are very different. They were never, the lore of indigenous religions is never meant to be literal, like chronological historical truth. That's not how myth works. That's unfortunate because it's how the Abrahamic faiths, it's how their sacred texts are intended to work. But that isn't how other cultures' mythic texts have ever been intended to work. They are absolutely true, but they are not meant as literal truths. They're meant to put a picture and a concept to greater truths in a way that our ancestors could digest those truths. So they're absolutely true, but they're not sequentially historical events in that way. And to be honest, ancestors didn't think of them that way, and neither do we. We're not silly. There's no point that you can go find the edge of the rainbow and climb up it, and then go physically to a big hall that's got a golden roof and talk to an old man with one eye. That's not how our myths are meant. What is 1,000,000,000% true is when you reach out to Odin and you approach him with gifts and with offerings and worship, that he hears you and he can reciprocate blessings to you. That is truer than anything else that exists. But the conceptualization of him in a human form teaches us truths about him and about how we perceive him. But it's not to say that you go and poke some old guy sitting on a throne. The reality of Odin is transcendent and beyond what your mind can comprehend. It's encapsulated into a form that you can conceptualize, but it's so much more and so much beyond that. We've never claimed, the literal historical truth of each of the myths as they're portrayed in our Eddas, but the metaphysical truth of them we believe in 1,000%. Gentlemen, how can we enhance the soul of a pregnant mother and developing baby? Praying, ritual, honorable deeds. What is the baby counter nowadays? Thanks. I don't know, but it's a lot. It's bigger than it's been ever before. It gets bigger every year. We have been blessed with so many amazing babies in the Asatru Folk Assembly. It keeps growing. Your question, you answered your question with your pieces of your question. Praying, ritual, honorable deeds. Yes, absolutely. All of those things. We have blessings at AFA events of the ladies blessing wombs with children growing in them. Developing a strong and healthy spiritual family for that child to be born in. Absolutely. Reassuring that mother that there are people here who care for her and her child no matter what, and who will take care of that baby and take care of that mother if need be, if circumstances turn, desperate. Absolutely. Are older women being able to pass on their knowledge of pregnancy and of childbirth and reassuring that woman? 1,000%. Those are all things that we can do, and certainly beseeching the gods and the ancestors to look over her and to strengthen her. Absolutely good things to do. What are your thoughts on it, Svan?
I would say definitely as far as building the soul of the woman, building the might of the soul, or the Haminya. I mean, first and foremost, the deeds of being preparing for a parent. Again, I was talking about mantles and then fulfilling those mantles or preparing to fill them. You're gonna have the hardest time after when raising children is difficult. It's not always a breeze, but preparing yourself for that mantle is good. So being involved, uh, with your wife in preparation for the baby. The other thing is yes, I would say too. I mean, I'm one of those first ones that kind of says, yes, make prayers, make offerings, burn incense, and give thanks to Frigg, give thanks to all the maidens of Fensaler, and ask them to watch over your wife and child. And because I did that myself numerous times, and I have, in one very literal sense, received an answer, but every time I've always been reassured that the pathway was as it was supposed to be. So yes, seek might in the gods and in your ancestors. Ask them to help as well. And again, prepare for the mantle. Get involved. Don't be afraid. Don't shirk stuff off. Go to the classes, learn the stuff, get the pediatricians, get everything in line. Do what you need to do. Throw yourself into it. That builds humming.
Absolutely. Also, is there some demonic or evil force that can take over dreams? I don't know a lot about Asatru, but have been having some crazy, vivid, and memorable nightmares lately. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know of any Asatru Freddy Krueger that goes around and haunts your nightmares, but I'm not to make light of it. There are sinister forces in the world. Very often, your dreams are a conduit for all these parts of the soul that we've talked about to communicate with you, for the different pieces of yourself to speak through your ek, I guess. And that's important. Dreams are also a chance for for the ancestors and the gods to speak and communicate with you. But sometimes you just have nightmares, and those are unfortunate. I wouldn't write it off. I wouldn't suggest that there's no sinister forces that might be acting on you, but I think that's usually a very extreme example and not the norm. But I think you have so much resources within your soul and your soul complex, which we've been talking about tonight, that can contextualize and buttress you from the negative effects of nightmares. And that's what I would be looking at, is the deeper meanings of the things that you're having nightmares about, and the ways of integrating those pieces of your soul that can help buttress you against those fears or that crisis. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Well, I'm gonna go just a little bit more into like the folklore side.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about the Nachtmara or
the nightmares.
nightmare. Yeah, and it's interesting now because we just went through Hexanacht, and in Hexanacht, we prepare with protecting the folk from those dissipated forces, the mockery of the feminine, the hag of the nights, or the troll witches as they're referred to in some of the stories. Odin, going amongst them, and Thor slaughtering them. Or if they're flying amongst the rafters, the runes to say to bring them down so they lose their way. But ultimately, culturally, this whatever this is, one of the things I would highly recommend you do is take salt and salt your house. This is an old Icelandic tradition. My mother used to do it. She spoke of the fact that things of malicious intent like that cannot walk on pure earth. So salt everywhere, salt your house. Leave it for a couple of days and then vacuum your entire house. If it persists, reach out to me on runestone.org, and I'll try to help you out. But that's the folklore side. If you have something plaguing you internally, that could also create an opening for, well, in essence, the malevolence within your psyche, within your mind, within your mina, within your mind is being plagued. Sometimes that can happen too. Sometimes bad dreams are just bad dreams, like Asatru Godi said. And so you need to look at what's possibly stressing you, what's making you open to this kind of a attack, if you will. This has happened to somebody else in the church, and the concept that I brought to this member was that if it's malevolent outside external force, then we will go with the folklore path. But there's also possibly an origination from yourself, or from the person that's suffering, where there's some sort of trauma, unanswered something is going on, and it needs to be answered because it's creating cracks in your huer while you're sleeping, and it's seeping out with all of your fears and other things. So I'm not stating one way or the other. Let's go with both, and just if you need to any further on that, reach out to me.
And that's the thing. We don't ever want to trivialize this stuff. There are spiritual forces. Obviously, we believe that. If you have a serious spiritual concern about something like that, do please reach out to your Gothar. The next question is one that I know is prickly, but I think it's important that we answer it honestly. What's the stance on naming babies after the gods/goddesses? Our daughter is Freya, named before I came to Asatru, but I wondered if that's a no-no within the faith. So here's the thing. Everyone that has named their child after one of the gods is going to have an invested interest in this, and I don't intend to hurt anybody's feelings or be rude in any way. And the gods know this too. Here's the thing. The gods understand intention, and they understand and see what's in your heart. So, no, if I have everything all to do over again, and you asked me before you had a child, should I name this child after one of our gods? No, not directly. The way that would be appropriate would be conjugating a name somehow. Like for Thor, there's all these examples of Thorbjorn or Thorstein or,
Freydis.
Yeah, Freydis, the priestess of Frey, the Rock of Thor, the Bear of Thor, all of these things. You can add a god's name into it if it has a qualifier to it. Directly naming after the gods, no, that's not something that is optimally appropriate. It's not something our ancestors would have done. We have generations of people now that have chosen to do that, and I don't think it's some kind of horrible slight against all that's good and holy. I think that the more we can do to stop doing that, the better. And I think that in future generations, naming them with the god's name conjugated with something is the right way to do things. What I think there's less emotional attachment to and is worth saying, please stop naming your dogs after the gods. I think that's very inappropriate. And I think, again, it may have been meant out of the best things. The gods know intentions. But please stop naming your pets after the gods. And as far as your children go, I think it would be really good if from here forward, we make sure to name our children, if we want to honor a god or a goddess in that child's naming, to do it with a conjugation instead of just by itself. So a little background on that the first AFA event that I went to was midsummer of 2010. And a very old, longtime Gothi of the AFA, David James, gave a talk on that very subject and taught me about this. And this was, one of the last talks he was able to give. He is the first of our Gothar that actually, passed away in office as a Gothi of the AFA. And he talked about that at Midsummer, and I thought it was very important. I think it's very important now. So yeah, and I don't mean any disrespect with that. I'm sure your intentions were the best possible, and I don't think there's some horrible, consequence to that. But that's the best way I have to answer your questions. Svan, what do you say?
Well, the only, when you speak of, say, like Odin or Thor, that's hard. That's a hard connection. I mean, whereas, with Frey and Freya, we do know that that means the Lord and the lady, but it's still not culturally kind of accepted, in the sense that what was seen as more culturally accepted was to add it in conjugation with something. But yes, again, just as Asatru Gothi said, your intentions good, and there's no real heavy condemnation, in the sense it's like, oh, you're in trouble now or something, nothing of that nature at all. It's just that culturally it seemed more acceptable to our ancestors, and that's kind of carried on today, to not name your children. And it's really hard line when you think of the gods in and of themselves, like Thor. If you name your son Thor, that's direct right there. But Thorstein, Thorbjorn, Thor, like my cousin's name, that was, they even did stuff in the front, not always connected in the back. Yeah, just from there on out, go and say, okay, well, we'll go from here. And the other thing too to remember is, hopefully it will always be in the people that know your daughter. It will maybe and live in them to hear about the gods, think about the gods. Maybe it'll lead them down those paths. So, but yeah, stop naming the dogs and cats and turtles.
All right, guys. Well, so that was in fact the last question. This has been an epic broadcast. I knew it would be long. Didn't know it'd be 6 hours and 18 minutes, but I regret none of it. It's been great to spend the evening with you guys. Svan, thank you so much. You're a trooper. I appreciate you being here for all of this.
Absolutely.
No, you guys are awesome. Love y'all. We'll see you guys next week. Till then, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA. I might sleep, but remember, the victory never sleeps.
Never sleeps, and we proved it.